Various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You've tuned into The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day TV. It's a beautiful Friday morning and we have enough packed to keep you going this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this morning, of course, we have
Deborah Eze.
Absolutely.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. Good
It's
morning.
Friday.
How are you? It's
Very
Friday.
well.
How are you feeling?
Good. Well rested.
Well rested. I like how you're always well rested on Fridays.
Yeah.
Even if there are times where you're actually not rested, but then you have to appear on TV
I know, right?
and
Give your all.
Give your best, like
Yeah.
you're rested. So we have a very interesting show this morning. Of course, we'll look at what we have on the headlines and go to the papers this morning and also see what we have on, of course, the business morning as well as the big story. You just need to keep your fingers crossed and see some of those stories that we have lined up. And then we'll see what we have on social listening segment today. We also have a very interesting guest joining us sometime on the big story. So look out for all of that in a few hours. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Firstly, Fubara cancels last minute 134 billion naira renovation job awarded by the sole administrator. Now, this is on the back of the whole emergency rule thing, sole administrator, IBAS, Ete, and then Fubara is back on board. Obviously, there's a little bit of power. Should we call it power? Power has changed hands.
Yeah.
So there's the discontinuation of what this person has started or what this person already tried to start. So we're seeing that happening. And then family businesses will be shaped by tax reforms, succession planning and sustainability, and this is according to PwC. This is an offshoot of the My Family Business Summit, which brought together by BusinessDay and in partnership with PwC. A very lovely event held yesterday alongside an award and in a full day event. As a matter of fact, it's a 2-day, 3-day event, so it continues, and it's just talking about how, oftentimes people look at family businesses as perhaps something that is a crime, especially in this part of the world. But at that summit, you get to understand the workings behind it, that most of the businesses that we have, most of the businesses that are running up until now, most of the sustained businesses are actually family businesses. Even, Bloomberg, there's sort of like a family plan in it. So people need to understand. I think it's because oftentimes what we see, I wanted to mention brands, but I decided to just stop. Even some telecommunications company in Nigeria is run by family. The most important thing is making sure that they are equipped. Even, what are we saying? Even some media houses right here in Nigeria, it's just making sure that they're properly equipped. So when they're holding that position, it's not looking like nepotism. Nepotism is not, it just has a bad PR. It's not bad. It's bad. I'm trying to just find a word. In the sense of the way it's used most of the times, it's the bad side of it. When maybe like this person wasn't supposed to be there, and they just put them there.
Yeah.
But really, if I had a business, right, I think the best people I want to run my business should be my family. Should be. But that's not taking away from it. If you are not qualified, I will not put you there. And that's why the people that run family business properly make sure they train their children. You will even see in UBA Bank, you see the way Tolu carries his daughter along in the business. So if tomorrow she's CEO or something, nobody's going to say this. So the problem is and she's very sound. So the problem is when maybe like out of nowhere, maybe this kid that's not even, grounded or whatnot, so, and that's the part people always look at, or people don't look at the big picture of, really, if I have a business, that's the person I want to run, that's the person I want to. So I think one thing that this summit does is, bring out this family business. You find out that most of the businesses that we have running that are successful, they are actually family businesses. So yeah, that's one of our headlines today. So the summit continues. So if you want to attend, look out for, just check out BusinessDay paper somewhere, somehow you see where the event is holding. And also Senate confirms Amupitan as INEC chairman. We know that he was nominated or, called for the appointment. Earlier this week on the big story, I was speaking to one of our guests and he was saying, it's still a nomination, it's not yet appointed and all of that. Although I already saw it as,
of course,
it was already there.
Yeah.
So we're just going to keep our fingers crossed and see how his tenure
is gonna pan out.
How it pans out, really. That's what we're looking at. We're hoping that hopefully this restores some sanity into the electoral commission, and if not, I don't know, we'll just have to move. But we'll keep our fingers crossed. And IMF highlights risks of domestic borrowing in sub-Saharan Africa. That's also another story. Of course, that's on the back of the annual meetings that holding this week and the World Bank. Some of the conversations, we've spoken about it last week, about some of the conversations that might, come off the meetings, and now we're seeing one of them, with IMF highlighting risk of domestic borrowing in sub-Saharan Africa. I know if we're talking to Valentine, it will be of the opinion that
something we're not seeing.
There's something we're not seeing, There's something probably that we're not seeing.
But really, I would agree there's something we're not seeing, because it's how IMF actually speak from the both side of their mouth. 1 minute they're actually praising Africa for, reaching the mark where they didn't think they would reach, and the next minute you're looking for something else to put us on the negative light. It was just the first day they were praising Nigeria and also Ghana and Mozambique, if I'm correct.
Some countries.
Yeah, some countries, they were praising them, and now you're back to us telling us that, oh, we borrowed too much and it's going to
But are they really telling us we borrowed too much? I think they are telling us that they're highlighting some of the risks of domestic borrowing. I think this is where Val will come in and say,
why are you telling us?
They always want us to come to them.
But it's actually true.
Yeah,
they always want us to come to them.
What if we choose to borrow within sub-Saharan Africa?
Can other sub-Saharan African actually give us what we want, especially Nigeria?
Why not?
No, I don't think so. That's why we always run to the IMF and the World Bank.
You think so?
I know so. That's something you're not saying.
What thing I'm not saying? Tell me.
You're not saying that. You're trying to tell you that, yes, you can come borrow money. Just like now, I'm telling you that, yes, you can borrow money from me, but I'm also trying to show you that this is the risks of borrowing. It's still me speaking at the both side of my mouth. You're not being straightforward. Are you going to give me the money, or you're trying to preach to me about, something that you are not even supposed, something that is not, like someone said, we have to borrow money to actually run the economy. Borrowing is not a bad thing. So me coming to borrow from you is necessarily not a bad thing. So are you giving me the money?
I hope you're not mistaking what they're saying, because what they're basically saying is they're highlighting the risks of borrowing domestically.
Yes, and in the full article,
the continent.
Yeah, in the full article of that story, they actually highlighted that you have to strengthen your economy before you can actually speak on borrowing and how borrowing can actually crumble the country in that article. So it's still speaking from the both side of your mouth.
Really, because what they're basically saying is in
borrow
essence,
but don't borrow.
No, borrow but come. I think what they'll be saying indirectly is, if you're saying don't borrow domestically, that means you're saying come international.
To us.
So come to us. That's basically it.
Right.
So that's the point. That's,
I did see it coming that way. Yeah.
But you're not saying, if I come and say, they be borrow from me, I'll be a little
give
bit
me reasons.
Why are you saying I should borrow from you? But if I'm giving you reasons to not borrow from this other people, do you understand? Knowing full well that you can borrow from me. It's just indirect. It's just an indirect.
You're actually the one who actually saw what we're not seeing.
Yeah, so that's something that you're not seeing. So it's just an indirect way of
saying
still
just come to
holding
us.
that power. we are the people. We
Yeah.
are the ones you should
Come from.
to.
Yeah.
Right. So that's basically it. And that's the thing we're not seeing, unfortunately. Like that's, and
But we see it now.
we see it now.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back to see what we have on the front page today. So stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading through change, building sustainable and inclusive enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
On the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily,
we have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
And dynamic panel sessions.
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out of the great networking and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the paper review segment. This is where we review some of the papers that we have. Of course, we always like to start with the Business Day paper, and we have quite an interesting spread this morning. I always like Friday papers because it tends to have a very... Interestingly, this time around, we don't have an entertainment headline, but we have something that's truly affect every one of us. You know, the big story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning says Nigerian workers spend 40% of salaries on house rent, and this is according to a Business Day poll. This continues on page 31. And on page 28 of the paper this morning, it says UBA sets $4 trillion domestic capital agenda to fund Africa's growth. On page 30 of the paper this morning, it says Nigeria woos foreign investors ahead of $2.3 billion Eurobond issue. This one is from the World Bank IMF meetings. We also understood that we had about $2.3 billion Eurobond. I think we were supposed to pay off, and then we're trying to pay off with. We didn't want to pay out of pocket. We wanted to pay out of monies that would still borrow. So I think this is them trying to woo investors on maybe the opportunities here. And on page 30, it says tax reform, succession plans seen as shaping family businesses. Governance, sustainability is key. This one is from PwC. also from the My Family Business Summit. Let's start off with the big story. Nigerian workers spend 40% of salaries on house rent. I think the first thing I would say personally is, are we even saying 40%?
Okay.
People are spending
more.
People are spending maybe even 90%, even 80%.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, so especially on the island, people are spending lots of money on house rent, and I think they might need to go deeper, especially on
really
the island
out,
axis,
yeah.
because 40% in general is even a lot. But you find out that people are spending way more than that. It's like you're literally working for your landlord.
Right.
That's what's happening. And you see the story, it says about 7 in 10 Nigerian workers spend 40% or more exactly of their annual salaries on rent and housing related issues. It says that the poll shows that 72% of respondents spend between 4 and 6 months of their annual salaries on house rent, amounting to about 40% of their incomes. The findings raise questions around sustainability, as many households have to grapple with other basic necessities such as feeding, clothing, and transportation. And honestly, I think it's a very big issue that we have to face, because the salaries don't get to increase. The landlords get to increase. So when I say that people are even spending 80%, I mean what I'm saying, because when the rent increases, I know how many times the landlord will come and say, oh, we get a notice, and it's like, oh, and there's nothing we can say. There's nothing we can do. It's just we're just going to groan in our corners, within ourselves on the group chat, and just complain, and then there's nothing we can do, because they feel like they have the yam and the knives. Like, if you're not doing,
you can
move out, because we have a housing problem in Nigeria, in Lagos precisely. I think I have to focus on Lagos.
Because it's not the same in
the housing in Lagos is really expensive. So I think I should talk about Lagos. Maybe this
poll, I think it's Lagos.
Is focused on Lagos, because many times you see people are earning. Sometimes it's not like our salaries are that bad. It's the fact that the cost of living in Lagos, because I think I have to is really much that it doesn't even take you home. By the time you think of your rent, like, you're just literally, and it doesn't make sense, because if you're literally just earning to pay house rent and maybe the little on top to transport, what are you saving? Because salary should actually help you to save, cater for other things. And that is sometimes people don't understand. When you have certain, like, you can't, people, especially those people that are calculating your salary, they don't understand the challenge that you have to face. And this housing problem in Lagos precisely, I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it.
I think it's just, we've talked about government actually pushing for mortgage financing, and also I think it was Basi Joshua that spoke about material production being locally made. Maybe it will help like mitigate this overly expensive rent. That's the only way it can actually happen. I mentioned that you build a house, you find out that in 10 years you've not even gotten the money that you actually put into building that house. That's why most times, and this one, they actually have like an association. Most of them don't just wake up and say, oh, let's increase the rent. They actually work with the middlemen, the agents. They work with them. And I've experienced an agent saying, why are you people collecting 1.2 for this house? It's not 1.2 again. They are now collecting this amount. And you can't say you are not going to collect the amounts that the association have decided on. So I think the government should put mortgage policy in proper place, so we don't have people spending over. Normally you're supposed to spend just 25% of your income on rent, just 25% of it. So spending 40%, and even the people that even stay on the island, even if you say, okay, let me move down to a place like Agbulegba or maybe Kola area, you still find out that you're going to spend 60% on transportation for you to actually like get to work. And that's why most times some of them are like, you know what, let me just spend this million here on the island. Know that, okay, I don't have to worry so much about transportation costs. So it's the government this time around, because I build my house. It's now for you to now put policies in place for it to be in check, so people don't have
are
to
they
like
really
suffer.
going to put these policies in place? Because I think it's benefiting them. You know how so many times the reason why things remain the way they are is because it's benefiting some people. Because to be honest, it's a real problem. You know, the poll is also showing that mini flats and self-contained units happen to be the most commonly rented spaces. So do you know how bizarre and annoying that is, that you're spending over 40%, because really it's over 40% on a mini flat. It's not even like it's a world-class standard.
A mini flat I can understand, but you see that self-contained, the one that is small cubicle
even
and just
the mini flats are small. Sometimes the mini flats are basically a because these landlords are very greedy. They understand the housing gap and they understand how many people want to stay in this area. So it could be a room. Like that place should be a room. What they just do is, okay, now they want to make more money, right? Like Debbie, you
just create a demarcation.
Demarcate it. That's just what it is. And then you call it mini flats.
But you said something that the government, they're actually benefiting from it. I just remember that, most of these landlords, they pay ridiculous amounts for land use charge every year. Do you know that? Some of them pay as much as 10 million for land use charge. And I mean, like, places in Abulegba, there are people that pay 10 million, landlords that pay as much as 10 million, 5 million. I think the least is like 1 million or 500,000 for the fact that you actually built your house, on the Lagos State property. So I think these things are actually some of the reasons why some of them will be like, you know what? Why would I be paying 10 million naira every year? I've not even gotten my money, from the house that I built. So
you're making a case for the landlords.
I am, because I think I can relate. I can relate to it. And that's why I don't like to be in conversations when people are like, oh, why would my landlord just wake up one morning and increase? You will find me there because I understand how these things can be. I am not for anyone who will wake up and just decide that, increase your rent. No, you should at least give them a year. You've paid your rent now. Next one, it's going to be like this. So you can, the tenants can have ample time
to prepare.
I'm not for those that just wake up and they want to chase you away. They tell you that, oh, your rent has been increased by 100%. If you're not going to pay, go. So these are the things. When I have to pay land use charge, I have to pay one other land, something. And I've not even gotten the money from the house that was built. So my tenants, you're going to feel it too. We all feel it together. So I think these are part of the reason. So until the right policies are actually put in place, everyone is going to keep, suffering from it.
I hear you. I really see the case you're making for also landlords as well, to be fair. But in general, my case is just for, the main island landlords, because they take things too far, to be honest. They are greedy. Okay, I get you. You're making this amount so you see what I'm saying? You now demarcate the place and then you call it a mini flat and now triple the amount. That's just greed. They are being very greedy about it. They are also riding or taking advantage of the helplessness of people. And because of the fact, have you not seen some room, slice of a room, they will call it a house,
right?
And then it's weird because people are actually still renting it because they say, oh, it's strategic. The location is strategic to XYZ thing, or it's strategic to this place. It's a commercial avenue. They will still rent it. Sometimes some of these agents will even tell you, maybe you're like, where do I do this? Where do I do this in this place? They're like, but this place 247. So they'll use something else to just woo you. 247 electricity. There's this, there's that. You are literally
close to,
this is the mall. This is you. This is where do you work again? This is this. All of those things, and people are staying there, and they realize that people will stay there. If you do your shakara, someone else to come and just be helpless and just be like, oh, I'm staying in this location, and that's all that matters. So some of them are actually really greedy. Good for the ones that are actually being when we talk about increase. I understand, especially when you talk about the land use chart and all of that. But I'm talking in general about the pricing and what you're actually offering. Many of these landlords, especially in Ireland, they don't even do anything in there. You're the one that does everything. And when you're even living, you still do it again. So you do everything. You still pay service charge upon service charge. Everything is literally, and so you're like, so why am I paying this much if it's not covering service charge? So you still pay a whopping sum of money, and then you still pay service charge, you still pay this, and those are the things they try to make look like luxury, and the luxury are paying through your nose for it, and then they're still collecting. So I think I'll just have to end there. So it's not looking like we're just going on a ranting spree. Let's move to Vanguard paper and see what we have in the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, and just leave this this poll. They've done Business Day. Has done an excellent job with the poll. We hope sometime soon we'll be saying something new about Nigeria's housing, especially Lagos housing. But till then, let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper. On page 5 of the Vanguard paper this morning, INEC says, in my time, losers will congratulate winners. I'm loving this, actually, losers.
Everyone would have a manifesto. Until they get there, before we know if...
But this line, I need to imbibe it somewhere. It says, get Senate's confirmation as INEC chairman. Promises to work with NIMC, NCC, others to improve polls. Also says, I'll audit IRF to identify glitches that undermined 2023 elections. Says he was never in Tinubu's election legal team. Electoral Act amendment suffered setback. Newly appointed INEC chairman Professor Joe Ashamupitan standing before the mic, responding to questions from senators during a screening at the Senate in Abuja yesterday. And then on the top side of the Vanguard paper this month says, National Grid loses 4,091 megawatts in September. This is on page 19. And the AGF says, why we've not released inmate pardoned by Tinubu. And on page 7, it says, suicide takes center stage as Vanguard's third mental health summit holds today. And on page 10 of the paper this morning, presidential pardon says Macaulay shouldn't have been lumped with ex-convict. This one is from the family of Macaulay. And on page 14 of the paper, it says, users' rapid data depletion threatens telecom sector growth. On page 12 of the paper this morning, Rivers revokes 134 billion naira contract awarded by IBAS, others refund. On page 9 of the paper also, it says APC moles have taken over INC. Scribe cries out. That on page 29, page 9 ahead of the 2027 elections. And finally on page 30 in the world of sports says 2026 World Cup playoffs, 14 billion naira windfall from FIFA awaits NFF if. And then the conversation continues. But let's start off with the page 5. What are your thoughts on Professor Joe Ashamupitan's appointment?
Yeah, I saw his portfolio and I'm not expecting anything less. But we know how, I think I'm part of the school of thought that, believes that the Nigeria politics, you can be so good and so clean without, any form of blemish. But when you get there, it's easy for you to, join the squad you get. So from his portfolio, perfect. It's like the perfect man for the job. And I'm not surprised he actually got appointed. But like I said, everyone would have a portfolio. Everyone would say what, it's easy for you to pinpoint the problem. But for you to now be there and solve it is actually a total different ball game. So we can only keep our fingers crossed, like I always say, and watch how, his tenure is going to unfold. But I really hope he stays true to everything that was said here, because these are just the problems of the Electoral Commission. This is just a problem. If losers are going to congratulate winners, simply means everyone will accept that, oh, this election was actually free and fair. So it's been a long time coming that Nigeria actually experience a free and fair election. So if Amupitan is going to give us that, then good. We can only hope until, it gets there. 2027 is not far away anymore. We'll soon get to know, if all of the things he has said we put in place, and we get to experience what it really means to be a government that's for us and for the people, by the people, and all that. So yeah,
I really hope that Professor Amupitan gets all the support he needs, and the corrupt system doesn't break him or just make him become a shadow of who we thought him to be, especially highlighting some of his portfolio and everything. Definitely is the best man for the job. No one gets there without been deserving.
Yeah.
So I do wish him well, and I hope that he gets all the support he deserves. On the top line of the Vanguard paper this morning, a story struck me, the one on the national grid losing 4,091 megawatts per hour in September. And honestly, I was surprisingly shocked to see that, because we have seen that despite the huge resources that has been sucked into the power sector, we're still seeing this loss of 4,091 megawatts due to its undercapacity to build more from the GenCos. Now, this was revealed in the September 2025 operational performance fact sheet, which was released by the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission yesterday. So that's some of the news. Just a little bit of details into the story. It says, according to the report, plant availability factors stood at 38%, which is an average of 5,200 megawatts, was available for dispatch out of 13,625 megawatts installed capacity. Average load factor, however, stood at 78%, indicating that 4,091 megawatt per hour of available generation capacity was utilized. And one of the problems that we're still having in Nigeria is the power sector. I think we're really struggling in that area. We've done a lot, to be honest. I have to give it to our Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu. There's a lot of work that's deeply entrenched. So we've come a long way. I would say that for sure. That's like one sector. And I mean, we're paying through our noses,
but we're seeing
results. We're seeing the results.
Yeah.
Because I remember there was a time in history where having light was like a big deal. I used to see a lot of lanterns, but to be honest, I don't think I see lanterns. Maybe now you're paying a lot more. Those days you could, there was no metering, there wasn't all of these things that we have now. You can tap. And those are some of the problems that have led us to this road now that they're still trying to, to curb. They're still trying to now address. It's like when you've created a system that already created a lot of problems, and then I come in and I'm trying to fix it. So I'm not expecting, to be honest, I think that we must give the Minister of Power a lot of kudos, because they came into a sector that there was a lot of work to be done.
I think no one has ever like really come out to say the Minister of Power is not really like performing. It's like you said, we've really come a long way, because I can remember when grain, I think, used to experience 20 hours, even 4 hours power supply was really like
that was why up NEPA was a thing.
So I remember the chaos that comes with, there's lights now, quickly go do this, quickly do that, and that was what made the solar market actually even boom as at that period in Nigeria. But now the solar industry, they're just there. People don't really
just there?
Yeah, because people are like they've sunk it in, like, there is solar. So now solar is more like backup. I don't remember to like put on my solar unless like they take the lights for like the 2-hour period that they have to take the lights. So imagine someone who didn't buy, or people who didn't get solars at the time that there was solar. I wouldn't see a need, because I'll be like, okay, I get 20 hours power supply or 18 hours. I don't need it. So he has really like done a very good job. And I'm talking areas, the Kola area that they usually do not have power supply. Ajegule part of, Ajegule part of, Ogun State, they usually do not have lights. But now the case is not, the same anymore. So he's really doing a good job. I think the issue is actually with, the problems that have been there before, the metering problems, the GenCos not,
and the
asking
areas
for
that
certain money, and policies or promises that the government has made and they are yet to like fulfill, and all of that. So I think that's where this the grid loss is actually coming from.
Right. Let's see what we have on the other paper that we have there this morning.
The big story on the Punch newspaper reads, under pressure, Tinubu may drop controversial names from pardon lists. And the AGF probes presidential pardon list after NDLEA, ICPC, police alleged name smuggling by committee. And on the top of the Punch newspaper, we have Nigeria missing as IMF lists Africa's fastest growing economies. And that story is on page 29.
Wow, so Nigeria wasn't listed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
See why I said they speak from both sides of your mouth. Another story, Arboretons OT-led LP faction over infighting, and that story is on page 7. And we also have military declares war on new terror group Wulo Wulo, and that story is on page 43. And we also have PDP crisis, courts freeze convention plans, and that story is on page 43. And below the Punch newspaper, we have INEC to review lecturers' role as Senate confirms Amu Peter. Oh wow, that's really good. And that story is on page 2. And we also have Saudi Arabia slashes Nigeria's camp slots 67,000. That story is on page 44. And we have man burns ex-girlfriend inside Oyo barracks. That story is on page 4 and 5 of the Punch newspaper. And finally, bandits kill 5 policemen, 3 guards in Zamfara. And you can find that story on page 42 of the Punch newspaper.
Really, what's the story there with? I'm just really curious. 2 stories.
Yeah.
The one on Tinubu having or may drop controversial names on pardon list. I'm just curious to know what are those controversial names? What have they done?
Yeah, since the NDLEA ICPC and the police, they allege that some of the names, there's actually name smuggling by committee. There's certain people that are not supposed to be pardoned were actually listed. And if that's the case, I think if Tinubu really dropped the names, it's really, it's really in the positive light. It shows that no matter, for you to smuggle a name means maybe it's someone in the higher up. So no matter who you are, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be part of the pardon list because what you did is not pardonable. So if he actually ends up dropping it, I think it's actually something positive.
I think we also have online, we have our editorial director, Mr. Joshua Bassi. If you could just join in and just give us some quick words on this conversation on President Tinubu having to
drop controversial names,
controversial names, and also the one where IMF says that we are not
part of Africa's fastest growing economy.
Growing economies.
Yeah.
I think that's an anomaly.
Yeah.
Because we know how much Nigeria is literally, it's like Nigeria is carrying the continent. Not because I'm a Nigerian, but there's a whole lot coming from Nigeria. So just saying that we're not, except they are trying to say that we have grown. Do you understand? Maybe they are highlighting the countries that, are growing.
Yeah.
Then they're saying, oh, maybe Nigeria
is not part of it.
Grown because we have.
Are we grown?
Because that's the only consolation I'm trying to give myself. Do we have Mr. Bassi online? That's the only consolation I can give myself, because if that's not the case, how?
So countries such as Benin Republic, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Uganda continue to lead the continent's growth trajectory in the world. So Nigeria is not.
No, that means we've grown.
The IMF said the 5 countries are now among the world's fastest expanding economies, buoyed by sustained policy reform, improved fiscal management and investment. And the director of the IMF actually disclosed this. Nothing about Nigeria, just we not being at the forefront, fastest growing economies. And they just mentioned the 5 countries that are now among the world fastest. If you say I'm not among the world fastest growing economies, it simply means I'm actually behind this one.
Or maybe it means I've grown.
Okay. Lizzie likes to be in the positive side of things, which is something I actually admire. But this headline, and from what I read, it simply means we're actually crawling behind.
But let's be honest, how do you find it that, look at those countries you mentioned, aside from Rwanda, look at the countries, Benin. Do you want to compare yourself to them? Or do you want to compare yourself to Uganda? Let's be honest. Let's really be honest.
Well,
so that's what I'm finding hard. Or could it be a case where maybe this story is just a little, maybe the person
who actually
maybe I happened to just be speaking and I was focusing on this country. It wasn't like I was maybe highlighting all the countries and I'm like, okay, for me, it's a different question when I'm highlighting. Mind you, this is just my speculation, my own analysis. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Maybe I'm just mentioning it's different when I mention 15 countries. I'm like, there's this 15 countries. However, for me, these are the fastest growing. There's a difference when I just am making a conversation. I say, for me, I think some of the fastest growing economies are X, Y, Z. Maybe I was just talking about those countries. It wasn't like, it's like when you say I like Burna Boy, does not mean I eat whiskey. Do you know that kind of thing?
Whiskey is not.
You know how people always think of when you say one this one, then so because I say at that point I'm talking about Burna Boy. You get what I mean? Like that point I'm talking about Burna Boy does not take away from Wizkid or Davido or whatever.
I think you're trying to see the positive part in this.
I think
it's like it's clear here.
Mr. Bassi is online. Mr. Bassi, what do you have to say about this story where IMF says that
we're not among the Africa's fastest growing economies?
Yeah. Good morning, Lizzie and Debbie.
Good morning.
Well, that's what the IMF, has said, but it's left to us as a nation to begin to look at what are the indices that IMF is considering to categorize you as a fast-growing economy or as an economy that is doing well. What are the indices? And so for us then to begin to work on those indices, if we have not met those indices, or if we are not doing well, or considering those indices that IMF has, put into consideration to then categorize which country in Africa is doing well, is for us as a nation to begin to then look at those things and begin to work on how we can put ourselves in there. But it is not for us to just, cry over it. It's for us to work out. For me, every time IMF or World Bank or any of the international organizations, come up with this kind of reports, it is not actually for us to begin to cry and say that, oh, are we this bad? Because, of course, we see ourselves as a giant of Africa. That's what they call us, right? So it's for us to begin to then sit down, take this report in, and begin to tell ourselves, what can we do with this report in order to make ourselves better, such that next time
I think what Mr. Bassi is basically saying
the World Bank.
Right, carry on, Mr. Bassi.
Yeah, so it's for us to then, like I said, take that report and study that report. And I'm talking here basically about those who are leading us, the government, policymakers, from the presidency down to the list of those who are driving the process of the economy, and of course, including the private sector people who are also, driving the process of the economy one way or the other. It's not for us to cry and then feel like, oh, we are doing so badly. So that's what I would say. Let's look at this report and not just dismiss it, because a lot of time when reports like this comes up, what we usually see the government do is to say, oh, this is not true. I mean, this is not true. I'm just saying here that it is not a time for the government, it is not a time for Nigeria as a nation to cry, to lament. It's for us to then take this report and then study this report and then say, okay, what are the things that other countries that have been said, who have been, that IMF has categorized as doing well, what are they doing that we are not doing? What are they doing that are not doing? What are the policies that are driving that we are not driving? What are they doing that way? So that's it. So we look at them and then say, okay, fine. If these countries have done this, have done that, to merit being categorized as fast-growing economy in Africa, then we have to just also look at that and then do even better than they are doing. So next time, we fall into that category of being regarded as a fast or fastest growing economy in Africa. Is to see that going by the IMF report, to see that we are not among the first five, right?
Yes, we're not among the first five. I guess we'll just take the lessons, just like you've said. We're just going to look through, read in-depthly. We're just broadcasters, read in-depthly and take some of the lessons that we can take and run with it. Because, as the giant of Africa, it's not good. It's not good to see that we're not on the fastest, in the list of the fastest growing economies. So then why are we giants, or why are we big brother? Well, let's see what we have on the
Yeah.
cartoon of the day this morning as we wrap up the newspaper review segment. The cartoon of the day on Business Day paper this morning, we can see, is that like a hill or something? And it's a hill, and then there's a vehicle trying to come up. It says on the vehicle, it says so for sale. Is that, can you see what allocation for September? It's inside the vehicle, and the allocation is trying to make its way out of the truck. And then the person in front, someone is on that hill.
That's the chairman.
The chairman. He said, "Hello, it's chairman. I can't make it to the office. Road is too bad. Tell all the councillors to come to me. Yes, we are sharing the money here."
Are we sharing the
Local
money today?
government road.
Yes, we are sharing the money here.
Interesting. Interesting. Just see how bizarre some of the things happening. You're literally sitting on the problems that you've created, and you're not even solving it. Instead, you're saying we're sharing the money here. Allocation. Shouldn't you be ashamed of yourself? If I was on such a road, I wouldn't even be able to open my mouth and say the road is bad. Why will I say the road is bad when I'm literally,
you are the one to actually solve that
solve the
problem.
problem, and we're saying come, and they will come. They will weather the storm and come to this bad road. You know, that's just it's just cartoon, but it's just a representation of some of the things that happen in this country. But yeah, that's why we leave it today on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Deborah Eze. Do stay with us.
This is Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television, where money never sleeps and neither do the conversations that shape our economy. We're broadcasting live from Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria's business landscape. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. Returning Governor Sim Fubara has just cancelled a 134 billion naira renovation job awarded by the sole administrator. The governor also ordered the contractor to return the 20 billion naira reported to be mobilization fee collected in the job that was allegedly awarded in the last minute of the life of the emergency rule. According to the reports, the government has ordered the advertisement of the bids of the cancelled job and some other jobs to interested bidders for pre-qualification according to law. A statement signed by Chief Press Secretary to Governor Fubara, Nelson Chukwudi, noted that the revoked job was awarded to the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation for the innovation, retrofitting and furnishing of the Rivers State Secretariat complex by the State of Emergency Administration. And moving on, the Africa Family Business Survey by Prisewa House Cooper has identified tax reform, succession planning, governance, and sustainability as principal forces shaping the next chapter of African family businesses. Partners at PwC Nigeria and Africa Family Business leader Eshiri Agbeyi presented the findings at Business Day's Family Business Summit held on Thursday in Lagos, describing it as a pulse check on the current state of family businesses and a practical snapshot of both the challenges and the opportunities available to them. Agbeyi revealed that the past 3 years have been characterized by economic volatility while observing signs of emerging stability, particularly in foreign exchange market. Now, in its 12th edition, the PwC Family Business Survey is conducted biannually across multiple continents with the year's datasets, including contributions from 79 Africa family businesses. And still on, the senators confirmed Joash Emopitan as the chairperson of the Independent National Electoral Commission on Thursday, 16th October 2025. The Oba Legislative Chamber confirmed Emopitan, who doubled as a professor after about 3 hours of rigorous screening section in the Committee of the Whole, during which he was asked questions by the lawmakers. After reverting to plenary, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio puts the question on the confirmation, and the lawmakers voted in support without a dissenting voice. During the screening, the senators questioned him on his impartiality, legal background, and plans to strengthen the country's electoral process. And to end the news, the International Monetary Fund has revealed that sub-Saharan Africa governments are paying more to borrow at home than abroad as they turn increasingly to domestic banks to plunge financing gaps, deepening risks for lenders and private investment. The IMF warned that new domestic public borrowing is significantly more expensive than external borrowing in many countries, adding that every reliance on banks is raising funding costs further and crowding out private sector investment. The director of the IMF African Department says the shift to local funding was a double-edged sword, cautioning that excessive domestic borrowing can also create problems in the banking sector if governments struggle to service debts. And still to come after the break, shaping the next phase of Nigeria's built industry, the future of real estate. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move on to our first conversation this morning. The real estate industry is undergoing a major transformation driven by technology, changing consumer behavior, urbanization, and sustainability concerns. From PropTech innovation and smart buildings to green architecture and digital investment platforms, the future of real estate is being shaped by new ideas and smarter ways of doing business. But how is this evolution playing out in Nigeria and across Africa? And what are investors watching? And how can developers adapt to shifting market realities? And joining me to discuss the future of real estate is Imelda Usuru Olaoye. She's the CEO, founder, Think Meet Nigeria and Europe, and Green Mortgage. Good morning, Imelda. It's good to have you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, let's start off with, how would you describe the current state of the real estate market in Nigeria and what is driving this evolution?
I would say that the current state of real estate in Nigeria is actually taking cautious progress. There's optimism, although very cautious, but there is a serious progress when we look back to early 2020s to 2020, and then now there's been serious progress. Although there's been challenges such as inflation, forex policies, forex volatility has really affected the markets, causing high construction costs, which has also made the market a bit unstable, especially for those people who were trading towards the off-plan sales. This cost of construction has actually really affected the pace of that. But there's actually growing demand for residential and commercial real estate. We haven't even scratched the surface yet. There's still need for homes. People do not still have access to homes. People do not still have, or do not match the population, in terms of housing in Nigeria. People are still looking for houses in urban centers like Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. And then, of course, drivers of this evolution includes urbanization. Of course, the growing middle class also realize that there's a growing middle class, especially within millennials, right? And then there's need for newer models of homes, newer types of homes. Of course, the diaspora market is now more interested in owning homes in Nigeria, which is very good for the market. And there's also increased interest from private equity and institutional investors, basically. So this has actually really shaped the demand, but the supply is still a bit low. But the demand is now high. There's more awareness. People are now more aware of real estate investment and modalities around it.
Yeah. All right. So what will you say are the key trends that are actually shaping the real estate industry? And I'm talking both globally and locally.
Globally, of course, smart buildings globally, if you go across the globe, developed cities globally, there's more smart buildings now. Of course, integration of technology has also helped and shaped it. Of course, more sustainable construction is going on now globally, away from what's here in Nigeria. Of course, PropTech adoption is now high, it's on the increase now. And then co-living, flexible workspaces. There's so much shift in that. Of course, now there's the integration of AI in real estate analytics, yes, and automation. So this has really, sort of like changed the modalities and the models of real estate globally. And then within us here in Nigeria, of course, it may not be as fast-paced as it is in other parts of the world, but there's also that shift now. People are now more conscious of integrating smart home automation in their construction. We have people now, developers now, looking at sustainable developments, digital platforms for listings are now a lot. So it's now a bit easier to search for a home, unlike those days where you had to speak to people. There are now platforms where you can go and search for a property and from there make findings and follow through on that. Of course, there's also the rise of mid-income housing developments here in Nigeria. People are now more interested in living in urban cities, and not just urban cities now, apartments or homes that are tailored towards urban cities, right? People do not really want those big homes anymore those days where you have 10-bedroom duplexes. So you now see that people now want smaller house. Even in the house, the 4-bedroom duplex, right? They still want it to be smaller, it's more compact because of maintenance and all of those things. And there's also the growing interest in mixed-use development. People want to live in a space that has everything in it. They want a space that has a gym. They want a space that has a spa. They want a space that has a cinema in the structure, right? Just because they're working from home. Many people are working from home, especially the upper middle class now. So they want everything to be in the same space. And then there's now interest in build-to-rent homes, and then maybe off-land properties where they're buying and then paying over a period of time during the construction period. Co-living models. People now want co-living homes now. They don't mind due to affordability issues. So there's that trend also here in Nigeria, and then mixing it up with the global trend in terms of smart homes across the globe.
So speaking about technology, you mentioned ProTep is actually changing a lot of things.
Yes,
so
yes.
How would you explain to us how it's changing the way we buy, sell, and also manage properties?
Of course, digital listings has been very key in revolutionizing the real estate market here in Nigeria. Because if you've ever tried to find a property before, whether it's for rent or for sale or for purchase, right? It's a very tedious task, and that's one thing that digital listing has actually helped, to manage and to curb. So the fact that people can now find homes without having to go out of their space to go and look for it. So you can sit now in your office, see the property you're interested in, contact the seller, right? And then even get all the information before you go and realize that, okay, it's not what I want. So you don't bother leaving your space to go and inspect at the end of the day. And now there are even things like virtual inspection, right? Where you actually do not even have to be there. Virtual inspection, you see everything you want. There are now things like drone, that and little as photography and videography is actually impacting real estate transactions now in Nigeria, because I can see the entire area. Let's not forget the integration of Google Maps, right? So all of that has actually really helped. That's one part of it, which is real estate actually assessing first, right? Which is marketing, as the case may be. And now, when you now step a bit further in terms of integrating PropTech in property management, that's one thing, again, aspects of PropTech that has actually helped real estate, right? Especially management of properties. You may not never see your facility manager ever, except maybe and they don't even have to come. You just need to send the people who will fix the issue, right? So everything can now be automated, basically. So PropTech has actually really changed the narrative. Smart contracts, you don't have to, everything is now transparent. You can read your terms and conditions properly without having to go physically and see the person, right? You can digitally sign it and send it back. So has actually helped improve real estate transactions, PropTech.
So we understand that there's rise in digital property platforms and also fractional ownership model. So how significant do you think this innovation are for the average investor?
Fractional property is, in fact, it's one way for a newbie in real estate investment to start. Yeah, if you don't want to put in lump sum or a lot of money, you want to reduce your monetary contribution to investing in real estate. So you should probably consider fractional ownership, where you can come as a group and own a unit in a building or in a space, right? You can co-own it without actually having to subscribe to the entire space, and then you earn returns on investments on it at the end of the day, especially when you're looking to come in as an investor, right? So what that means is that you can come together as a group and purchase one unit, 1-bedroom apartment in Lekki Phase 1, and you own it and you manage it together. Whether you put it up for rent or you put it up for short let, you're earning from that purchase, right? So that's what fractional investment does, and it has actually helped newbies to enter into not even just newbies, whether you're looking to invest but with little capital. Yes, that's a way to step into the real estate space using fractional ownership. And then of course, there's now the impact on this. There's more wealth creation, right? People can now, because real estate actually gives very high returns on investments, right? So many people can now access or gain from the reward dividends of real estate through fractional investments. So you do not have to have the lump sum. You can start. Now, another way is that I'll still go back again to the off-plan model where you just have to put down a certain percentage of the cost of the property and you pay over a period of time. For me, I feel like that's still the same model, right? So you're contributing monthly to owning the property without actually having to bring out your lump sum, immediately. So that's one way that it has actually helped. And as I earlier said, that's boosting wealth creation. Yes.
All right. So let's talk about Nigeria real estate sector embracing the green building. How are they embracing it? Do you see it as being positive? Do you see that as a green light, or we're just about it? Yeah.
Okay. So the truth of the matter is that I would say that there's actually more awareness as regards that. And more awareness in the sense that you see that because of the terrain that we have here in Nigeria, right, it's actually easy to integrate green buildings into what you're doing, because most of the time, although I'm sure probably we'll talk about it as we go further, right, but most of the time infrastructure is done even by the developer. So when I say infrastructure, I mean like food creation and all of that. Most of the time when you're building a new site, right? So it's easy to integrate green buildings technologies or green building systems into this project, and I think that there's now more awareness for it. It's actually there's more awareness now. Developers are now more concerned about, okay, so I'll ensure that there's solar in this structure, and then people have the options. Either you want to buy it as it is without solar, or you want the solar option. So you can actually integrate it from the beginning of construction because of the off-plan models also, so they can integrate it while construction is ongoing, and the subscriber can choose for it. So there are now more energy conservations and integrated in building construction, right, as they're building. So I think that's alone has actually helped the whole flow of integrating green building technology into construction here in Nigeria. And then people are now looking for smarter ways to construct. I know there are some companies that make use of, they actually recycle the wood that they use for construction, right? They ensure that they use there's more lights. When I say more light, so less cement, less block work in construction. So they're bigger windows now, what we call windows. So they're now bigger, right? You see that floor to roof, floor to ceiling is really high in terms of the glass space. That's a way to integrate green building, because what that means is that you're using less block to construct. So there's more light now in structure. Those are the things. And that way, if there's more light, you don't need to always turn on your lights because the place is always bright. Right? Maybe you probably use your lights only in the night, right? And then even in the kind of materials now, finishing materials, there's now more awareness as to also we're having energy conservative materials now, and bulbs are now energy conservative. You don't have to turn on, as little as turning on your security lights all through the night. You can avoid that by having censored lights installed. So what that means is that when somebody comes in and then it's actually, I don't know if you feel, you've seen that there's a sensor, and that's when it comes on. That way you're conserving power because you don't have to turn on the lights all day. So we're now more aware, right, of it. And the good thing about it is that, it's like I mentioned, it's easy to integrate it here now, because when we're building in Nigeria, because of our terrain, most of the times building comes before infrastructure. You will see that construction has started before road was created. There's apologies to, but that's the reality, right? So it's easy to actually integrate these
the green.
Yes.
So let's talk about smart homes and smart cities. Do you think we are close to actually seeing it as a mainstream reality in Nigeria?
Of course, yes. And then there's now another thing is now, because there's edge certification here. So if with edge certification, once you're building
you can actually work towards the integration of green buildings and smart, but sort of like all mixed and angled. Once you've integrated green technology into your building, it will become a smart home one way or the other, right? And so when you go to a lot of projects now across Lagos, even in Abuja, across the cities in Nigeria, smart home integration is very high. I'm sure that if there are 100 houses, probably 80 is, maybe 90 is smart home automated, right? And that's also because, like I mentioned, there's more awareness, right? And there's edge certification for developers. So those things have helped shape that narrative. All right, so I'm just going to like go down to like my almost final question, just about you making prediction about what the real estate is actually going to be like in the next 10 years with everything that you've mentioned today. Of course, when I started, I said that I feel like we're just scratching this stuff. In fact, real estate in Nigeria has just started. So whatever we're saying is still the surface. We're now more, and I believe that real estate is one sector that is going to really shape the economy of Nigeria. And it's so good that the government has noticed it. And that's why they have now started giving out, coming up with financing models for real estate purchases in Nigeria now through government subsidized loans, mortgages for purchase of home through the MREF and the help to own mortgage by family home funds, right? Because government knows that real estate in Nigeria is actually in one sector that is going to greatly shape the economy of Nigeria. Whatever you're saying now is just base, it's just surface level. There's still more, because remember that we haven't met this, we've not even, the supply is still very low compared to number of people that we have in Nigeria, right? So that's compared to the number of people that we have in Nigeria. And so there's still room for growth. There's still room for inclusivity. I've talked about financing. Access to funding is definitely there. Government has put in their own, and then even private investment also is becoming something that people are now looking forward to. People are now more interested in investing in real estate, whether through fractional home ownership or through investing and just getting your returns, because the returns on investment in Nigerian real estate is very high compared to other parts of the world. Nigeria is the only country that you can buy a home for 30 million naira today, and then within the next 1 year selling for 80 million naira. It only happens here in Nigeria. Yes, and like I mentioned earlier, we're just saying it's just started. We're going to still see more of those as the economy grows, as the economy improves. Yes, there are challenges when it comes to forex instability and all of that. However, what matters is that there is still high demand for real estate purchases here, right? And the demand is way more than supply. We haven't been able to make. So whenever there is high demand, there's always going to be an increase in the cost and an increase in returns. You understand? There's always going to be an increase in returns because people are demanding and the supply is lower than the demand. So there's always going to be high returns in that regard, right? And then digital transformation, of course, in the next 10 years is going to be better than what it is now. I see that the government some state governments are already working, actually Lagos state government, they're working on digitalizing land searches, right? So what that means, you don't have to send your documents to allow and go and check. They started it already. So you can, at some point, the plan is that from your house, you can search for the title of this property and confirm, right, that it's actually it's something that you should purchase. Yes, it's genuine or not. Exactly. And I see that in the next 10 years, there's definitely going to be better results in that area. There's sustainability inclined also. There's already, I mentioned that the smart homes are there already. There's people are integrating green technology in buildings, right? There's going to be more of that. We're going to see more of that coming up. More newer ways to build, and aside from newer ways to build, also the home automations will also get better, in Nigeria. And also professionalism is definitely one key thing, because a lot of things have happened even this year that has helped made real estate companies go back and think about how to make it better, right? You see more conversations happening, like we have the real estate discussions and awards coming up on the 21st.
That's the interesting part.
Yes, coming up on the 21st and 22nd. Those are conversations that we're going to have about how. So you now see that government is now more involved, right? Public sector is coming to meet with private sector. They always come and talk about. They're now more willing to come out and talk to the private sector. Yes, on ways to make this thing work better. And that's, for me, is a very very good sign. Yes, positive sign as to the revolution of real estate in Nigeria.
So speak to us, because that's the interesting part that I was saving for the last. Speak to us about REDA 2025. Let us know what it's about.
Okay. So real estate discussions and awards for this year is going to be the 6th edition of the conference this year. And over time, I would say that, again, for me, that's another way that we have seen that real estate in Nigeria is growing, especially because of the way, the reception that we have from participation at the government level, at the events, right? This year, we're going to be having the CEO of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Dr. Armstrong Ume-Atakan, is our keynote speaker, one of the keynote speakers for this year's conference. We also have the Commissioner of Fiscal Plan and Urban Development here in Lagos, also being the keynote speaker at the event. And this shows that government is really involved. They're really interested in real estate evolution in Nigeria. And I would call on all developers to make use of this opportunity, all players within the industry to make use of this opportunity to speak with government, especially at events like this, where there's going to be open conversations. You can share your thoughts on whatever it is and then discuss. Because trust me, these conversations are going to be taken back and also used in improving, the sector, exactly, whether at the government level and even at the private level, right? So it's a good platform for all real estate stakeholders to participate and share their views, share their thoughts, learn, network. And we over the years at REDA, we've always had discussions that actually do reshape the sector, right? So we're going to be having more of that. Focus on this year is actually regards to funding. The theme is back to the basics, the future of real estate, right? Because we actually need to go back to the basics. And it's good that within this year we've seen hands move from the government level through the funding opportunities that I mentioned earlier. Banks are now more open to giving loans, helping people, financing projects now for people. Banks are now, there's now a lot of funding available, right, for home purchase. So what we're going to be discussing is the fundings are available, there's more interest in that regard, but how do we get the properties? How do we ensure that there are properties available? Because if all the funds are available and there are no properties, there's no that's another business. There's no business. Still the same supply issue. And how are you even able to ensure that whatever you are building can be funded? Right? Does it have the right title? Does it have the right title? Because if the title is not right, there's no funding. Nobody's going to drop money on a property that doesn't have the right title. So those are conversations that will be happening. How can you tell? How can you, you even as a buyer, how do you know that this title is right for me to purchase a property? How do I know that? How can I tell? What are the signs to see that, okay, I'm in the right track, I've gotten the right title? Because there are title discrepancies in properties across Nigeria, and that's one thing that government is trying to work on. Whether even in Abuja, you see how the minister has worked on ensuring that all lands are registered, right? So these are things that we'll be discussing also at the conference.
Yeah, it promises to be packed from everything that you say.
Yes.
All right, we look forward to it. Thank you so much for your time, Imelda Soro Olaoye. She's the CEO, founder, Think Mint Nigeria and Europe, and Green Mortgage. It was really good to have you on Business Morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, still to come after the break, SaaS innovations powering the financial and creative sectors. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
This is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about? And it's
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to the second conversation for today, where we're exploring how software as a service, that SaaS solutions, are transforming two key pillars of modern economies, the financial and creative sectors. From digital banking and automated accounting tools to AI-powered design platforms and cloud-based collaboration suites, SaaS has become the engine driving innovation, efficiency, and global competitiveness. But what's fueling this rapid adoption? How are local startups leveraging SaaS to scale? And what challenges lie ahead in data security, pricing, and infrastructure? Joining me to unpack this insight is Samuel Ngadi. He's the co-founder, My Gig Sport, former B2B and Gen AI adoption leader, and LESG and Moody's. He has been at the forefront of driving digital transformation across industries. Good morning, Samuel. It's good to have you on Business Morning Show.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure.
All right, let's begin. Could you break down what SaaS really mean in today's business landscape, especially for those outside the tech space?
Thank you so much. I think, first of all, you defined it, pretty much broke down the acronym in that it's a software as a service. So basically, SaaS is a software that provides a functional service, usually over the internet and cloud-hosted systems or cloud-hosted platforms. When you download an app that runs on the internet, you're essentially using a SaaS platform. And for businesses today, what it does allow is it's powered a lot of the revolution we're seeing in business. For example, the hybrid work culture now we have now post-COVID versus also driving discovery and seamless connections and collaboration, which you touched on in your submission earlier, where you have multiple people working on the same product, on the same project on one platform. These are SaaS platforms. Essentially, it's also driving interconnectivity of sectors. So you have products in the creative sector, for example, that leverage financial tools or embed financial solutions within just to further monetize, but also to grow, to scale wider across regions. I think one of the biggest impacts of SaaS platforms in today's business is global reach. So you have local, small time or relatively smaller companies that now have access to the same tools and solutions that large companies would previously have exclusive access to, because these solutions are now hosted on the cloud. They're now hosted and accessible over the internet, but also as a result of hosting platforms online and the cloud, i.e. which the SaaS solutions provide, there's reduced cost and there's reduced complexity. And so a small business can have access to really complex software without hosting or paying for the internet, without paying for the server charges to be able to have these platforms. Also, they're able to run updates and provide more secure platforms because the providers of these platforms have exclusive ownership to them and they're managed by them. I think what this is doing is helping businesses become more agile, make decisions quicker, but also scale quicker. And we're seeing a lot more integrations, like I mentioned earlier.
All right, so how would you now describe the current state of SaaS adoption in Nigeria and also Africa, particularly in the financial and creative industries?
Yeah, so I think I touched on this a bit earlier. So I'd like to split this into two kind of distinct phases. We have pre-COVID and post-COVID. Starting from pre-COVID, we had a system of work, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa and across the world, where it was highly defined by in-person conversations, in-person meetings, people having to be physically at a location to essentially carry out work. Versus post-COVID, where we've seen SaaS systems like, I mean, we're talking right now on Zoom.
Betty was trying to explain to us, describing the current state of SaaS adoption in Nigeria and also in Africa. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll see if we can still get across to Samuel. Stay with us. Welcome back. We still have Samuel Ngadi speaking to us about how, the current state of SaaS adoption is in Nigeria and Africa. Sam, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So as I was saying, we're seeing the adoption is relatively low compared to a few other African countries, maybe like South Africa, but it's growing and it's growing really rapidly. And we're seeing businesses migrating now to the cloud. About 35% of businesses in Nigeria are essentially migrated to the cloud, and that number is growing. It's growing at a rate of, according to recent research, 25% annually. We're seeing a lot more regulations, tighter IT regulations around data privacy, which you touched on as well, around the technology and around cloud computing, which are helping to, better define the landscape and encourage more players to participate, both in terms of providing SaaS solutions, but also more players to actually use these solutions, right? Both international and local players. And I think with technology developing, we're seeing a lot of technology providers now moving from 4G to 5G, and this can only really improve the service delivery for SaaS platforms. But I think the biggest indicator of the state of SaaS adoption in Nigeria is how the user behaviors are shifting. So if I touched on, the revolution in fintech is very largely televised, especially in Nigeria. We have several unicorns that are in the fintech space. But if I touched on the creative economy sector for a second, We have now more platforms, and users are more open to platforms that allow them to collaborate to manage their assets. But I think most importantly now, to monetize their talents, to monetize their skills, and to monetize their creativity. And these platforms are moving from what we had as nice to haves to becoming very essential and must haves for players in this space. So this is pretty much definitive of the state of adoption of SaaS systems in our market today, where we're realizing the benefits and more people are willing to give it a try and come on board.
All right, so let's start with the financial sector. How do you think SaaS solution has transformed banking, lending, and payment systems?
I think, it's massive. The financial sector is massive. When you talk about your banking apps, these are essentially SaaS platforms for the most part. And so you can bank from anywhere. You literally can do more on a mobile phone or on a computer than you could potentially do in some cases actually walking into the bank. You have a couple of banks now that are purely digital, and these banks are operating SaaS systems. So what we're seeing is quicker time to market. We're seeing banks are able to onboard users faster, and they're scaling rapidly, but they're also better. They're able to manage their resources a lot better. So for example, where a period where there's massive influx of traffic, you have these SaaS platforms and cloud providers that are able to spin up multiple instances to manage that huge influx of users, versus when there's a relatively lower, like a downtime in number in the usage. But I think with other sectors in the financial ecosystem, with other verticals rather in financial ecosystem, we're seeing lending, for example. We have AI-driven platforms that are now able to, for example, carry out credit checks for potential borrowers, and this is opening up a whole different market especially for unbanked borrowers to be able to access the financial system and access financial products. And we have payment systems as well. We have SaaS platforms enabling digital transactions, e-commerce, for example. E-commerce is being fueled by a lot of the fintech platforms and fintech infrastructure that we have today, like your Flutterwave and your Paystack, for example. These are fueling the growth of e-commerce and several other sectors. And so we're seeing that interconnectivity in fintech with fintech solutions.
All right, so we're also seeing fintech, like you mentioned, rely heavily on SaaS for scalability. So what are some standout innovations or use cases driving this growth?
In Nigeria, mobile is huge. So mobile first innovations is very critical has been very critical to the growth of SaaS platforms. We have digital wallets. That's one major innovation as well that is driving the growth. So users don't need to have kind of physical cash. They can have money stored in their wallets connected to their banks, and they're good to go. AI is very topical right now. That's another innovation that's driving growth and automation. And we have, I touched on embedded finance. We have real-time analytics as well. Now with having a SaaS digital-driven platform, you have access to real-time analytics on performance, on various indicators, which are ultimately helping to drive growth and user intelligence. And I think another big one is personalization. So if you take, for example, in creative space, you have your Netflix, and Netflix is a typical SaaS platform. You could, when I log into my profile, I'm seeing something different from someone else, right? This is only possible because these platforms are hosted up at the cloud, and they're able to offer to a large degree more personalization to the user experience. We talk about localizing, so we have platforms that now can potentially offer various pricing and payment options. So there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of innovations in this space, and these are ultimately driving the growth. And with these innovations, because we're innovating based on what users really want, and because these innovations are largely user driven, we're seeing a lot more growth and a lot more adoption.
All right, we've looked at the financial part and also the fintech side. Now let's move on to the creative side. How are SaaS platforms empowering creators, designers, and also agencies to collaborate and monetize their work globally?
Yeah, I mean, I think, or rather, the creative sector, the creative industry is very largely passion driven. So most of the players in this space, both institutional players and but also individual players, are largely driven by passion or driven by a mission or cause. I think what SaaS platforms are helping to do is boost discovery. So you can sign up to a platform as a creative and you get easily discovered. But it's also helping, and this can then help boost their growth as creatives or as a creative institution. But we also discovered seeing that it's helping to streamline creative processes. So a lot of things that are happening or that do happen in the creative industry are largely informal. Take, for example, if you wanted to, I don't know, hire a creative talent for an event, for example, or say you wanted to get a live band for a wedding, right? A lot of times these are taking place via word of mouth, but via referrals. But what we're discovering is with having SaaS platforms, we're able to platform these creatives and we have access to more of them, but also you have access to a lot more data points to help make a decision around who are the perfect providers for the service that you're looking to deliver. And I've touched on being able to streamline the creative process. We have AI-driven SaaS platforms as well that go a step further to create content and to accelerate the content creation process. So a typical content creation process that would take hours can now be done in minutes, and with AI augmentation, right? And we're seeing a lot more data points that can be used to further drive the growth of the creative sector. So there's, I mean, the future is very bright for the creative industry. I do really believe this.
All right, so how important do you think cloud infrastructure is, and how reliable the internet connectivity is to sustaining these SaaS models in the emerging markets like Nigeria?
Oh, I think by definition, right, the internet is the backbone of SaaS service delivery. So good internet is absolutely non-negotiable, because it not only determines the functionality of the SaaS or the workability of these platforms, but it also determines the user experience. And so it's absolutely critical in sustaining different models. So we have B2B models of SaaS platforms, which is platforms that are provided by businesses to serve business needs, but we also have B2C models and several of them on other models. But one underlying factor that cuts across the various models we have is quality of internet. But also we have other factors like the price, the cost of internet service, the availability as well, because it's one thing to have good quality, but it also needs to be available consistently. And I mean, this is one challenge that we've made significant progress in Nigeria, but also in Africa, but there's definitely a lot more room for growth, especially with the newer internet technologies coming to the fore.
One major concern for SaaS adoption is data privacy and cybersecurity. How do you think, or tell us how companies are actually addressing this risk?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is massive. I think there are so many facets to addressing data privacy concerns. There is the role of the government and regulators. There's also the role of the companies, right, and the service providers. But there's also the role of the users and the consumers of these solutions and services. And we all play different roles. They're different, but they're ultimately complementary in terms of the risk exposure could be from any of these points. And so for example, with the era of AI, that risk has grown exponentially as well, because you have potentially deep fakes and you have people can do a lot more, a lot quicker. And so regulation is very key. I know in Nigeria we have the NDPA, which is the Data Protection Act, which is helping to define kind of data protection frameworks and the baseline for how user data and consumer data should be managed. But I believe that a lot more could be done in this space, and a lot more is already being done in this space. And I think this should be seriously encouraged. We also have companies that are investing heavily in cybersecurity. We have a lot more focus on technologies that help identify AI-driven risk, spoof attacks, phishing attacks, and malicious and fraud-based attacks. And so this is a major concern, because essentially what SaaS does is democratizes a solution, giving the solution to people, to various people at the same time, simultaneously. But with this also creates the exponential risk from each of these points. So it's a very critical aspect that would constantly need to be addressed.
Finally, Samuel, before I let you go, what advice would you give to entrepreneurs looking to build or integrate SaaS solution into the financial or creative ecosystem?
I think it's important to. Sorry, can you put the question again?
So I said, what advice would you give to entrepreneurs who are looking to build or integrate SaaS solution into the financial or creative ecosystem, wherever they find themselves?
Yeah, thanks. No, I think it's important to. I think what SaaS systems look to do and do so well is streamlining and digitizing a workflow. So it's very important as a creator looking to create a SaaS-based system to identify one workflow, ideally one that is painful and one that has potential to impact a large number of users, and own that workflow, but also solve to address the pain. Because if a SaaS solution doesn't address pain, I can guarantee that people will not subscribe to it. So if a solution solves a problem and solves that problem really well, then people would be incentivized to subscribe to these solutions. I think another thing that entrepreneurs or players in this space can do really well, or should be doing, is, especially in our part of the world, in Nigeria and Africa, is leverage our local insights. We can't always rely on what's out there in the foreign or developed market, so to speak. We can leverage our local insights, but build with those global standards as well to solve our own problems. And I think the third thing I would say is be obsessed with delivering value, and delivering value very quickly to the users of your solution, because that's absolutely critical to the lifespan and longevity of a SaaS provider or a SaaS build.
All right, thank you so much for your insight on the Business Morning Show, Samuel Ngadi. It's really good to have you.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Right, that's been our focus on Business Morning, shaping the next phase of Nigeria's beauty industry and also the future of real estate. And we looked at SaaS innovations powering the financial and creative sector. I'm going to give my take on the first conversation we had, which was the future of real estate. I'm very sure that whoever or wherever you're watching this, you probably have someone on your WhatsApp or your IG status or even on Twitter sending you messages about buying real estate. There's an apartment to let, there's a land for sale, or there's a house to buy. And one of the things that actually accompanies it is either a fine lady or someone yelling at you, see space, see space. And it can be very overwhelming and confusing. But I digress. The Nigerian real estate sector is arguably the country's most visible investment class, fueled by relentless, high-octane marketing that paints it as an infallible asset. Now, this daily barrage of adverts promising luxury, stability, and also generational wealth raises a fundamental question at the heart of the market frenzy. Is Nigerian real estate genuinely the new gold, or are we witnessing the creation of speculative bubble built on hype and scarcity? And this is despite its immense potential and significant contribution to the national GDP. We can see that the industry is actually simultaneously defined by its chaotic anyhows and widening chasm between supply and the actual need. Now, is there a control as to where and what kind of property can be constructed and sold? Because as lucrative as the real estate industry is, there's still a housing deficit, and getting a piece of real estate requires connection, if we can be truthful. Connection, fraud, or your family hands down from your father's father. So I'm sure we've heard stories of people who have turned from rag to riches of real estate. And also we've heard of building collapse just after a few months of construction. So how do we regulate this industry in order to make sure there is an apartment for that young budding woman or man who just got his first job and needs a place, while also catering for the high-end 1% of 1%. Now, you get all of that information when you actually, go for the real estate event. All your questions are going to be asked. And you also ask questions of if we need better policies for this booming industry, or are we to continue the beautiful lie of beautiful houses with less substance. You get all of that once you actually attend the real estate discussion and award event 2025. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning segment today. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us as the breakfast show continues with the big story with Elizabeth Musa after the short break. Have a good morning.
are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the big story. Africa's live entertainment scene is experiencing an exciting evolution. From packed stadiums in Lagos to vibrant festivals in Nairobi and Johannesburg, the energy is undeniable. Music, art, and performance are not just cultural expressions anymore, they're serious business. Nigeria's creative industry alone contributes about $4.5 billion to the economy each year, while across East Africa, artists are filling venues and generating millions in revenue. But beyond the numbers, there is an important conversation taking shape. How do we make this growth sustainable? How do we build an ecosystem where everyone, from artists and managers to lighting crews and venue owners, actually thrive together and the impact goes beyond the stage? It's a question industry leaders need to confront as Africa's creative economy expands. And as part of that ongoing dialogue, ALEC, The Prelude, is a virtual session happening on October 22nd, which will gather voices from across the continent to discuss the theme, building a sustainable touring and live entertainment ecosystem in Africa. And to help us explore really what this means, we're joined by someone who's lived this journey. She shaped the culture. She continues to push for growth in the creative space. She's an artist. She's an entrepreneur. She's an industry advocate. I mean, I grew up literally listening to hearing our rap, you know, when we say, put your head up, don't you cry. You can make it if you try. So I think now we're literally living in the lyrics of that song, you know, where you said we can make it if we try. Shara Giri Omoekum, thank you for what you're doing for the industry. Really, it's great to have you here today, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that
here.
Fantastic intro.
Yeah,
thank you so
thank
much.
Thank you for being here. I mean, you've had quite a journey. You an OG, the OG before I do. Respect, we respect you on that. You've witnessed Africa's entertainment industry evolve over the years. You know, from being in front of the scene and also behind the scene. What's actually your perspective on how far we've come, especially in the area of live performances?
I think we've come a really long way. And then, you know, there's this saying where they say the more things change, the more they stay the same. And so we have come a long way, but then we keep reiterating that we have an infrastructure problem. And that's not a new thing. So I feel like our music is global. Now the infrastructure needs to match up to the level of the music that we're putting out there.
Right. And when we talk about, you know, this theme that we're focusing on, building a sustainable ecosystem, what does that actually mean for you in real terms? And how can the stakeholders actually move their passion to structure and to strategy?
I think the best way for us as stakeholders to move that into strategy is by conversation and collaboration. Because so far we've all been working in silos. You know, everybody does their events around the year. For instance, in Nigeria, we don't have an official event calendar. We don't have a hub for live professionals. We have associations for event planners, but nothing for the live professionals. I'm talking about the tech guys, the audio engineers, the live production guys. These are the people that are the backbone of the actual event. And so it's time that we all start converging and speaking as a team so we can decide what our resources combined can achieve. And not just for Nigeria, across Africa. And that's why this is a Pan-African conversation, because I see everybody got excited when Davido announced that he was coming to Nigeria. This is something that his team and himself have had to engineer by themselves because the resources are not there. The infrastructure is not there for them to say, oh, I'm going on the road. I want to do 30 countries in Africa. That's not possible. We have this visa issues, connectivity issues, you know, how do we move the equipment, because not everywhere has equipment that is up to standard. So how are we going to scale these industries? By discussing and figuring out. I think that, you know, when we come together and discuss the problems and the solutions, it'll be easier for people to identify where they fit in and what problem they can solve. And that's what ALEC is for, to create that safe space, that foundation for the movement to begin properly.
Right. And we know that obviously behind every great show is a whole team. I mean, look, the show we're having today, there's a team behind it, you know, but for live shows, we talk about promoters, sound engineers, logistics planners, media professionals, and all of that. What do you think still limits the full development of that support system in Africa's touring circuit?
I think what limits it is really intention, financial capital, consistent financial capital, because it's not about when a promoter wants to do an event and then they raise sponsorship to do a festival or a concert. What happens all year round? So when I say investment or capital, for instance, a lot of our audio engineers or our visual engineers or our stage managers or technical directors probably did get their training from Nigeria. So that's where the education comes in. That's where the government comes in. We need to create education where people can go and train, not just learn it because they have a flair for it and be self-taught. A lot of people in entertainment are self-taught. We got here by, we're just interested in it. And then you now need to hone those skills by learning an actual skill. So I think that it's an opportunity for capacity training where people can get certificates and say, look, I trained for technical direction, and they can do all those things because it's what they've learned, and then they keep upskilling. So for instance, sometimes we have an event in Nigeria and we maybe book an international artist and they ask for equipment in their technical rider that doesn't even exist on our radar, and some of our technical guys might know about it because they get to travel the world and perform with other productions. But how do we get that here? So if we're actually looking at this as an industry that adds value, because it does, and it also adds to our GDP at the end of the day, I feel that we will put things in place that help upskill, help educate, and continue to grow over the years. And that way we'll be at par with our international peers.
Right. And we also know that one of the challenges that we have is infrastructure. People talk about every other, I mean, Dirty December is coming now. Then maybe, I don't want to mention names, will come and say that, oh, he couldn't perform because of, you know, the sound was not up to the quality that he's used to, and he doesn't want to give anything less than he would, and which is understandable. So we'll talk about venues itself, sound safety, even travel logistics. From your experience, what are some of those practical steps that could actually make touring across this continent easier and more rewarding for both the artists and the organizers, and even for we, the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that easy access across Africa is very important. I mean, yes, we have the ECOWAS passport, but then there's still Central Africa, there's Northern Africa. Sometimes I'm trying to go somewhere and it takes me months to even get a visa, or the cost of the visa, or I'm trying to travel to Africa and I have to go to Europe first to get there, you know, because they'll tell you that there's not enough, you know, there's not enough clients going through that route, and so they don't actually have a route for it in their system, because airlines to our businesses, right? But when we show them that there's business here and have those conversations, I think we will begin to improve things like that. It shouldn't cost me more to travel within Africa than it does for me to go to Europe. But then everybody has their reasons why, but nobody's focusing on how do we ease this for everybody. You know, people complain about visas. I like what, you know, there's a lot going on and a lot of conversations are happening, like the recent Caribbean visa-free arrangement between Nigeria and the Caribbean. And Ghana and South Africa now have a visa-free agreement. So Ghanaian citizens can travel to South Africa with ease. So I feel like we're on the precipice of a huge change. And when we see more of that, it's going to make it easier to travel. Because then when I want to route a tour, I'm not thinking about, oh, I need to carry 200 people across 10 countries, and then they're going to be waiting for visa for months. Some people won't get it. If this is our best guy and he gets stuck, who's going to do the work? You know what I mean? So that's definitely something that we can look at. And I already spoke about the routing. I spoke about the education. Like, the thing is, it's like a 5-frontier approach, because on every level, we're talking policy, we're talking government, we're talking hospitality industry, we're talking culture and tourism. This affects everybody, to be honest. So I think, you know, just speaking more about it puts it on people's radar, and conversations always help build impact.
I like that you've mentioned some of the solutions to some of the problems that we have, but we also have to see that we are seeing quite some positives. You know, we're seeing more cross-border collaborations, and we're seeing that it's reshaping the industry. In fact, that's even why you are also trying to further deepen what it is that we currently have. And we're seeing artists actually touring in regions that normally they wouldn't reach. So what do you think is driving this new spirit of connectedness across Africa, and what are some of the ways we can deepen it?
I think what is driving this is because we're beginning to identify our identity as Nigerians and Africans, and remember that before they knew us globally, we were Nigerian. It was the radio stations here, it was the television stations here, it was the promoters here that put the Nigerian creative industry on the map, because they use their personal resources, they use their personal vision to raise funds and say, oh, I want to do a festival, I want to do an award show that celebrates African talent. And then the world took notice. So I think we've gotten to a point where ownership is very important now. And when you think about it, Africa is home. So I think that the reason everybody's thinking about that is because they've seen what's happening around the world. They go and tour. They do like 20 cities in America, and they're like, why can't I do this back home? I have fans in Rwanda. I have fans in Zimbabwe. Why can't I do this with the same ease? And people are using their personal resources, speaking to corporate sponsors by themselves and putting their events together. So I think that all we're asking is that the government, people with resources, match us and support us to get to the vision that we're trying to get to. We're already showing what is possible. We just need it to be amplified.
Right. And speaking of amplification, one thing that we often don't talk about, but good thing these days we're talking about it, is inclusion. There's conversations about diversity, equity, inclusion, and all of that. But let's talk about women and young people. and it's good that you're a woman. It's good. It's actually great that you're a woman also trying to break into this space. You've been vocal about this, and in fact, that's why you're here now. What are some of the structures or mentorship systems that you think that can change this narrative and create lasting access within the industry?
Well, I think that, again, I'm very big on just amplifying what it is, like speaking about it, drawing attention to it so that it's even in people's subconsciouses. And I think that, for me, diversity and inclusion in an African context is the token woman that you add to your team. They'll say, oh, you're doing a lineup, there's one female. You're doing, your executive team, there's one female. Like, we need to start adding people into the room based on merit, based on capacity, and not based on gender. And not looking at a gender as some sort of weakness, or maybe they cannot lead or this. And I think that women themselves need to speak up more and need to take ownership of their own spaces so that people can see that you have the capacity to step into leadership roles. And one of the things that we're doing as we're building ALEC is also the Women in Life program, which is like a capacity building, because a lot of the time people look at the entertainment industry and aside from being an artist or maybe an artist manager, they're not really sure where they fit in. And I think, having worked behind the scenes, which a lot of people didn't know before, in production for so many years, even simultaneously as a performing artist, I was still creative director and all of those things for award shows and festivals. I realized that there's so many roles left. Front of house, there's a brilliant lady who does stage direction or show calling. People don't even know that, for her to have been interested enough to train to be there is something, laudable. So I feel like when we start doing this capacity training for women, showing them the different sort of facets of the industry where they can apply, maybe you love visuals, you might be a visual director, you might not have to be a photographer, there are different ways you can fit in. So the capacity training is to show what's possible, what roles exist in the live entertainment ecosystem, so that you can figure out what your niche is and then upskill in those spaces. So that's one way where we can, have more inclusion for women. And really, it's just a charge to everyone. Like I said, include people based on capacity, give people opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities I was given in my life, even as a teenager, because I'll just walk up to someone and say, oh, I want to write for your magazine. That's how I started writing for Hip Hop World magazine, for instance, which grew into me being a creative director for the award show. Like, so I love give people chances, because you never know that young person with a big dream who just, is driven, can change an entire industry. So give people chances.
Fantastic. I'm actually really inspired. I mean, it's hard to continue this conversation and decide where I'm going, but we have to go. There's the financial side itself is one area that people will often talk about. You know, talk about the fact that live shows are expensive to produce. Do you think that we have investors and policymakers who truly understand the creative economy's potential, or do you think there's still a gap in perception and support?
So yes and no. I do think that there are people that understand, because like I said, a lot of conversations have been happening. People are paying attention. A lot of corporate people have partnered with the creative industry, so they do know. But I think that there's still a gap to be filled, and there's more information that there's a lot more meeting of minds that needs to happen. And, we're on the course of doing that.
And as we look toward events like ALEC, which is happening in 2026, which aims to set an industry blueprint, what are the kind of conversations that you hope to see driving real change, not just real talk, not just talk, because oftentimes we come for this conferences and people say we're going to talk again. But I know talk is where it starts from. But what are some of those conversations that you hope to continue to see which will drive this real change?
So I think it's about policy making, like what we've said about this access across countries. I think that's something that ministries of arts and culture can really champion with their peers in different countries. So we say it, like I said, we've seen what Nigeria has done. There's more to be done there. So I like what you said about talking. Yes, we can talk, but it's really about action. And that is why this is niche specific, because it's about how do we move from plan A to plan B. So the point is not to come and do aspire to inspire. It's to say, let's put action points to what we're doing, building timelines for things we hope to achieve by 2027, by 2028. For instance, we're planning to do like an African tour next year, but formed by the people at ALEC, using their resources to do a test run and say, okay, let's even start. Let's see what the gaps are. Let's see what we'll fix, as opposed to people doing it individually. And I personally believe collaboration is king, and this industry can't be built by any one person. We all need to hold our hands and do it together. So that's the appeal. Really love for everybody to join the prelude as we start the conversation next week. And watch this space.
Right. And if you're looking at the Africa's live entertainment scene 5 years from now, you wanted to paint a picture of what it will be like, what's the vision for you?
I'm really just a fan of live entertainment. I would love to see people like Tyler, whatever new artists are there at that time, saying they've done 50 countries in Africa, sold out shows. And that provides jobs for everybody. We're talking about the vendors that will be providing food, water during the events. We're talking about the hospitality, travel, hotels, accommodation. We see how events raise interest in countries and help with help people make money, basically, providing jobs for other people as well. So I just like to see that replicated on a large scale. It sounds like a huge dream, but there are countries where this already exists. So I would just like to see it implemented, working, and then we keep working to sustain it.
Right. Thank you very much for joining the big story this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking with Sasha P., the CEO of Purple Fire Entertainment, creative all-round entrepreneur, artist, and just a great woman in general. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. This is the social listening segment. This is where we track some of the stories making the rounds on social media. And I'm joined here today. I wanted to say I'm joined by Valentine. And I'm like, okay. Joined this morning by this beautiful lady right here.
Thank you.
Deborah Eze. Yes, let's begin today with the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, who has taken a jab at Labour Party's Peter Obi, saying he will keep contesting on social media, but not as president of Nigeria. Wike made this comment during the commissioning of roads in Abuja, responding to Obi's criticism about poor conditions in FCT public schools. Obi had called the schools a national disgrace, but Wike accused him of seeking online sympathy and claimed he achieved more in 2 years as minister than Obi did in 8 years as Anambra State governor. Well, do you think that Wike, we all know Nyesom Wike to be uncouth. Uncouth with his remarks, uncouth with that. Well, to me, it's uncouth.
It's just unfiltered. He says things as,
it's still the same thing.
are.
It's uncouth. Like, he just says things. Do you think he went far with this comment about Peter Obi? Also, was Obi wrong to call out the FCT's education system publicly? That wasn't wrong.
No, that wasn't wrong. Has a
everyone
right
has a right
to their
to say
opinion.
whatever it is.
Yeah. So Obi wasn't wrong. Like you started, everybody knows how Wike can be dramatic, unfiltered. I would not call him uncouth because he's someone who actually says it the way it comes to his head, and he says it as it is, not like he insults you. You get what I'm saying? Everybody knows how Obi is, how they've reduced Obi to
social media president.
But is he not?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Is he not? Because we all know Obi is everyone's favorite on social media. Everybody wants Obi to be on
Maybe
that.
off social media too.
I think it's more on social media. Like you see people like clamoring for
people
it.
are not voting in
Do
reality?
you think if we have like an election, another election like right now, do you really see Obi winning the election with the way people actually?
With the way elections are in Nigeria, we know that things get rigged. Because if I remember last elections, everyone was saying they're voting, Obi, voting, Obi. I mean, I won't say why I voted, but you come out and then we know the drama that goes on behind the scenes in terms of rigging. So when we are talking about the final winners in the final winners in elections in Nigeria, it's beyond the votes.
But I really don't think Wike did anything that is not about himself. But one thing about this conversation, it just highlights how government, that's the government, they're all about clapbacks. If you notice, it's not just about Wike. When one opposition party or someone doesn't align with whatever it is they're doing, comes out to say something about it, they always look for a clapback, something to actually like use to attack the person, not addressing the issue. I feel like Wike would have just addressed the whole school issue and giving fact as to why what he's saying does not align with what was actually like going on at that point, and not trying to like clap back. It was actually an epic clap back. I like Wike's. I don't know.
You love bad things.
I love Wike's clap back. So I think he would have just addressed the issue. That's how people in other clans do. When I say, oh, this is not black, it's looking like black, you tell me why you think it is black and why you're actually putting on black, not saying, and you say it's black now because you are tall like something that I don't know. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So the government, especially in Nigeria, they are used to clapbacks and not addressing the main issue when people actually state what they really feel about, whatever it is. So yeah.
Well, let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this comment. But you look at that picture, they actually look alike there.
I think people look alike when they start growing old.
Really?
Yes.
Never heard of that. Are you sure it's not the picture and the fact that they are putting on
side by side on the same
side by side?
Yeah.
Because I don't see. Do you think if you put a picture of Peter Obi and President Bola Tinubu, will you say they're looking alike? They're growing older.
Okay.
Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to it. I trust Mr. Obi. He won't even say anything to that. Jagaban Warrior says, whether we like it or not, Wike is stating a political fact. Without nationwide structure and grassroots reach, social media presence alone cannot win a presidential election in Nigeria.
No,
this person is speaking for Debbie. Let's see more reactions. Yeah, TOJP says Peter Obi will no doubt win the Nigerian social media president for the second time running in 2027. This is not cool, guys. Come on. What's this? Mr. D says some people will find this funny, but it is not. Why are they building roads up and down in Abuja when schools are in deplorable conditions? Do you know why they no longer care? They are done school. They are done school in the country. They don't school in the country. They use same taxpayers' money to send their children overseas. Did this person school? Because if this person schooled, they won't spell day as there. Tap to End says it talks like politics is his personal property, but forgets that real power now lives online where the people actually speak. They may not agree, but its influence among the youth scares politicians more than any election result.
I agree with that.
Point. Whatever the case is, Obi has said what he said. It doesn't take away the fact that, yes, what needs to be done in FCT needs to be done, and what's not being done is not being done. I mean, look at, that's literally the capital of Nigeria, and there's so much. Was that not where armed robbers, went on a robbery spree, an attack spree in a supposed secure neighborhood? It's not. There are not things happening in other places. Not even in a ghetto.
Yeah.
Like in a secure neighborhood. So let's face the fact and just talk about it when it needs to be done. If someone addresses something that needs to, let's stop trying to now bring up one thing that you feel like is a clap back and address is this thing true or not. Anyway, it's what it is. Let's move now to the economy, where fuel prices are once again shaking wallets across the country. Petrol now sells for up to 1,000 naira per litre in some cities. Marketers blame supply issues and a temporary halt in loading at the Dangote refinery. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association said that the depot operators increased prices after Dangote slowed operations due to internal restructuring and a workers' strike. NNPC has also raised its depot prices, while marketers insist that the hike is temporary and will ease when supply stabilizes. I didn't, honestly, I was hoping not to have to see fuel price increase or whatnot, especially now that it's getting to December.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted in advance. Because firstly, people will come. We're going to have an influx of more people. They're already coming. They're already coming with their big head and big. They are coming. I love you guys. Oh, it's not. But the thing is, you're already seeing lots of traffic, and then I'm now seeing
petrol
queues going up. It just makes things tedious.
For me, I just see it as deja vu moments.
Why?
Yes, because deja vu is when something actually feels familiar happening over and over again.
It feels like something you've seen before.
Yes, it keeps happening, and I am not surprised. When we see things like frail hike or scarcity in this, and then they having to blame the regulation or the people supplying, it's the same circle.
Honestly, and I don't want to see it because I want to be outside, very much outside.
Wow, in this season. So that's what kind of outside?
Outside.
Outside
is outside. No matter what type of outside it is, I really want to be outside.
Just keep your money together so that no matter how high things get, we are used to, Nigerians are very relentless people. We're used to coping with whatever situation. We find a way around it. So just gather your money. I'm very sure globally is going to be outside.
Okay, we'll gather. Aren't you going to be outside?
That's what I'm asking. What kind of outside are you going to be in? Because
are you going to be outside?
We're actually outside, even before the outside. So yes.
Okay, let's see some of the
outside.
reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Nightmare of Corruption says, Ken Wiwa says, Nigerians will continue to suffer until they learn to protest against bad government. Silence emboldens the criminals in power. They fear people power, and any day the people rise up, justice will be done to the criminals ruining Nigeria. Word. Mickey Moose says, thanks to Pengasan for their selfish strike that disrupted flow of crude to Dangote refinery.
Thanks again.
More reactions. Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, we have, that's from 40s, and he said, fuel subsidy is God. Nigerians are not going to move on from this statement. Nigerians tolerate too much nonsense from those parading themselves as leaders. And the final reaction reads...
Tap to End says, they said subsidy removal would bring competition and reduce prices. Now we're buying fuel like luxury perfume. The truth is, there's no real deregulation. It's just monopoly with government's blessings. Ordinary Nigerians are suffering while the same people who made the policies still fill their tanks for free. And honestly, that's the painful part of this. You know, they said it like the ordinary people are suffering, but then 36 people are the ones enjoying. 36 people without saying maybe the governors or whatnot. It's really, it's a sad situation. What can we do on the show? We can only cry.
Don't forget, it's not just about fuel now. Everything would go up. We're talking about food. Transportation would also go up. Like I said, I'm actually tired. At this point, I don't think I've ever been pro things are going to work out. I've been pro, okay, whatever situation you find yourself, just find a way to make it work.
I think that's an average
Nigerian thing. Yeah, just find a way to make it work. If you know, you can see that they're warning already that petrol is going to be at 1,000. It's for you to like stock up your house before you have to like get food stuff before it gets to that point. If you have the capacity, please do. But whatever situation, whatever way it's going to be when it gets to that point, let's just find a way to make it work. And the crazy thing about this is they say that's temporary. Oh, it's going to be a temporary strike. Oh, it's going to be the scarcity is going to be temporary. But the price that it is at that temporary state would never come down when there is already supply. When you can actually distribute it to people, it would never come down. And that's just the crazy state of things. It's be quite understandable if you say, okay, it's 1,000 naira because of the whole Pengasan and Dangote rates. When they get a middle ground, it goes back or it drops. No, it's going to be at that same point. And you just wonder how people actually get to manage. But like I said, we are relentless people. So whatever we find or wherever we find ourselves, whatever situation, we find a way to make it work.
And this is our resilience and
that's what has been helping us when we move to other countries.
Because it just helps us to. It just makes us easily adapt.
We just adapt, yeah.
And adaptability is not the problem. It's just that sometimes fight a bit.
Fight? Do you remember what the last fight led to?
Which one was that?
Okay. We'll talk about it off camera.
Okay. All right. Let's move now. Move away from Nigeria. Let's move to an African country. Burkina Faso has refused to accept deportees from the United States, calling the move a blackmail, indecent, and a violation of national dignity. The country's foreign minister, Karamoko Jean-Marie, said the United States wanted Burkina Faso to take in migrants from other countries as part of a new deportation deal. After rejecting the offer, Washington suspended visa services in the country, forcing Burkinabes to travel to Togo for United States visas. And that's what's happening right now. I like how Burkina is having this very bold move. Just being able to stand up against, the US, the United States is impressive. Let me see some of the reactions on social media. Let's see what people are saying. It's probably going to be Nigerians. Well, Moshe Perez, I don't know where that person is from, says, Burkina Faso's dictator will regret it later. He had a chance to make connections with the United States and he missed the invitations. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a comment. John Valentine says, good to know that not all African leaders are sellouts to Trump and the West. Kudos to Burkina Faso and their leadership. Do we have more reactions? Nettie says it's against dignity. Deport people to their country of origin and stop passing them around. Imperialists can't seem to grasp the concept of dignity. Wow. Bundy XYZ007 says, Africa is not where you dump your illegal immigrant from. Well, what do you make of this
that's
conversation?
last reaction. Burkina Faso has said it. We're not your dumping ground. Don't come dumping, your refuse on us for the fact that you think, we're actually like a failing country. I don't like to see Burkina Faso a failed country because they are taking conscious step to actually like rebuild everything from the ground, which is actually very, very impressive and brave. So for the fact that you think we are like this and we're going to be needing things from you to make sure that this rebuilding actually works, it doesn't mean you can just wake up and decide that, okay, you take this refuse, it to suit you well. So it's really bold. It takes a lot because now they're damning whatever consequence it's going to lead to, whatever they're not going to like receive from the West anymore. They don't care about it. All we know is we're trying to rebuild. Don't come and dump whatever it is that you think you cannot keep in your country on us. So it's really, really bold for me, and it's very clear we are not your dumping ground. So don't treat us as one.
All right. You don't see a role for global cooperation here, like just trying to cooperate with just on a global
I don't
basis.
see it. I see it's just Trump trying to be Trump and playing his games. Take for instance, we also refused and we paid for it. It wasn't even up to a week. We got the club back. But Ghana, they accepted it, and then we saw what came with accepting the immigrants from the US. So for me, it's not that. It's just Trump trying to like prove a point. Trump is that person who would want to let you know that, see, I am going to do this to you, and he will show you that he will do it to you. He likes to prove a point. And for me, that's not the way you run things. That's not the way diplomacy actually works. You don't threaten me. So we see what he's doing to other people. So for Burkina Faso, I didn't even expect them to refuse it. For them to refuse it, it really means now they really mean business, and they don't need the US to actually like do whatever it is that they're doing. They will sort themselves out. So it's really something for other African countries to actually like emulate. And I wish India can actually emulate it, because yes, because they are the ones at the forefront of the whole Trump decision. When I read the news, sometimes I'm like, how are they even like holding on and keep moving, because they are suffering so much from it. They're the one getting the brunt of Trump's decision. So if people countries can actually like react like Burkina Faso and Nigeria, I must give it to Nigeria because I didn't see it coming, because we're used to collecting crumbs so that we can actually like keep going.
So you didn't see that was a shocker.
It was a shocker. Nigeria really, they blew my mind. So if countries can actually like damn the consequence, because there's nothing about global diplomacy. It's Trump being Trump. And we all know how Trump can be.
Trump playing the Trump card. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning, this beautiful morning, on the social listening segment and the entire BDTV breakfast show. It's been such an interesting show. From the start of the show, we looked at the front page, we looked at the headlines. We also spoke about real estate on Business Week, and then the live entertainment scene on the big story, and now social listening segment. We've gone to Wiki politics, Wiki, and Peter Obi, to of course this one on Burkina Faso. So it's been quite interesting, and also the fuel hike as well. It's been quite interesting, and it's been an interesting week in general. We thank you so much for sticking with us, sticking with the show, watching the show, and being a part of the the conversations we've been having here. It's been truly packed. It's been interesting so far, so good. Signing out for the week. Until next Monday, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
And my name is Deborah Eze.
See you on Monday.
warned that these setbacks could persist in 2026, with intelligence firm IIR Energy noting that the refinery's gasoline unit, which has faced several shutdowns this year, may need to halt operations again early next year for major repairs. Despite ongoing issues, the refinery is still receiving crude supplies from Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, that's the NNPCL, under a Naira for crude deal, which will see 1.5 million barrels delivered this month and another in November. And the Rivers State Executive Council has revoked the 134 billion naira contract awarded to China's Civil Engineering Construction Corporation for the renovation of the State Secretariat complex, citing irregularities in the award process. At a briefing in Port Harcourt yesterday, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Works, Dr. Austin Ezekiel Art, said the contract issued under the previous administration failed to follow due procurement procedures. The Rivers State Governor, Similai Fubara, ordered CCECC to refund the 20 billion naira mobilization fee already paid, adding that the project would be revalidated through a transparent bidding process. Ezekiel Art said fresh advertisements will be published to invite qualified contractors to bid for the affected projects, which include shoreline protection and land reclamation works in Okobo, Nkoro, and Ogba, Egbema, Ndoni local government areas. And still to come, Ivory Coast Ouattara looks to ride economic boom to fourth term. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. In Ivory Coast, President Alassane Ouattara is seeking a third and potentially final term in the upcoming October 25th presidential election. The 83-year-old leader who first took office in 2011 after a disputed vote that triggered a brief civil war has since won 2 re-elections by landslide. Supporters credit him with strong economic growth and major infrastructure projects, from new highways to a towering 300-meter skyscraper transforming Abidjan's skyline. However, critics say his dominance comes at the expense of democracy. Amnesty International on Thursday condemned what it called a disappropriation ban on election-related protest. His main rival, Tijane Thiem, the former Credit Suisse CEO, was disqualified after a court ruled he held French nationality, while former President Laurent Gbagbo is barred due to a power conviction. Analysts say the remaining 4 opposition candidates are fragmented and lack major, traded at 17.44 to the dollar, down 0.6% from its previous close. Analysts say the currency remains stuck in a tight range as market favor safe haven assets. Gold, meanwhile, surged to a record high of $4,378.69 per ounce, on track for its biggest weekly gain since the 2008 financial crisis, up 8.5%. South Africa, a major gold producer, has benefited from the price rally. Treasury specialist Adam Phillips noted that despite gold's performance, the current risk-off mood is limiting the rand's upside. On the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the top 40 index slipped 0.8%, while the yield on South Africa's 2035 government bond was steady at 9.01%. We now head to the foreign scene, where oil prices edged lower today, heading for a weekly loss of around 3% after the International Energy Agency forecast a growing supply glut. Brent crude futures were down 44 cents or 0.7% at $60.62 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate fell by the same margin to $57.02. The decline followed news that U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have agreed to meet again in Budapest within 2 weeks to discuss the war in Ukraine. Analysts say the talks could signal a possible easing of U.S. pressure on Moscow, which may further weigh on oil prices. Ukraine drone strike on Russian refinery and Washington's threat of secondary sanctions on buyers of Russian oil, including India and China, have recently kept a floor on the prices, but that support may now be fading. The week's losses were also driven by rising trade tensions between the United States and China, adding to fears of slower economic growth and weaker energy demand. Meanwhile, U.S. data showed crude inventories rose by 3.5 million barrels last week, far above expectations as refineries entered autumn maintenance. And also, the U.S. dollar is heading for its worst weekly loss since July as renewed trade tensions and worries over U.S. regional banks pushed investors towards safe haven currencies. The Swiss franc gained, with the dollar down 0.4% to 0.7898, while the yen strengthened to 149.83, its strongest since early October. The dollar index slipped 0.7% for the week amid growing signs of weakness in the U.S. economy. Analysts say the ongoing government showdown, which has altered key economic data releases, is adding to investors' uncertainty. Market watchers note a shift towards gold and cryptocurrency as traders seek protection from risk. And up next is sport news after this break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Through the fixture, a high-risk event, meaning no away supporters will be permitted. West Midland Police said the decision was based on current intelligence and previous violent clashes and 8 crime offences involving Maccabi Tel Aviv fans during a match against Ajax in Amsterdam last year. Sakai called the move the wrong decision, saying Britain must not tolerate anti-Semitism and that the police should ensure all fans can attend, still chasing their first back-to-back Premier League wins under Morim. But history suggests this tactical battle could play to their strength. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss key issues as they affect our country and of course beyond. As usual, in the studio I have with me two gentlemen, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zemolon, and of course the deputy editor of Business Day, Mr. Odinaka Anodu. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Without much ado, we are going straight into the topic that we have for this afternoon, and we have three issues to look at today. And first is the issue of certificate forgery in Nigeria. It has become an embarrassing situation in the country, and so we're going back and forth every now and then. We have this issue of certificate forgery coming up, especially among politicians. And of course, I know that it's also there in the private sector because, of course, the public sector is always where the focus is because we have people who are supposed to kind of live above board, given the fact that they are occupying public offices. But of course, we know that in the private sector, those issues are also there. And of course, we're also going to be looking at the defection of Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State to the APC from the PDP, the party that gave him the ticket in the first place. And of course, lastly, we're also going to be looking at the peace deal, brokered by some mediators, including the United States and President Trump, in the between Israel and the Hamas over the Gaza crisis that has claimed a lot of lives, over a period of 2 years now. And so, gentlemen, without wasting much of our time, I will start with you, Mr. Zeb. We have this issue of certificate forgery every now and then. We see it coming up in Nigeria, like I said, especially among public officer holders, and we are wondering why it's such. It's as if we haven't been able to overcome it. One will happen, and then of course you will think that that's the end. But suddenly you see another one, and so, and I'm wondering why is such a rampant, issue case in Nigeria, issue of certificate forgery. So I would like just to ask you, Zeb, why is it that the issue of certificate forgery, why is it such a rampant case in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I think every society gets the kind of leader that he deserves. When the rule of law is not having its effect or being made to have its pride of place in a society, the likelihood of people behaving anyhow is very high. And that is what we are seeing in Nigeria. Bad behavior is all over the place, particularly among our leaders, because people are not being made to pay for their bad behavior. It appears now that it has become a norm. Everybody is just going the wrong way and showing bad example. Certificate forgery did not start today. We have heard about the Vance and Evan cases in those days. We have a former speaker in the House of
Salisu
Buhari. We have heard about the former finance minister in the administration of Buhari, Adosho. All that, a lot of them. The latest being that of the Minister for Innovation, Naji, who just threw in the towel a few days ago. You have asked, why are people going into such fraud? It's because our society condones it, so to speak. Why would someone who did not get a certificate and the person claims to have graduated from a very known university, as known as big as University of Nigeria and Soka, and claim that he got certificate and did not get it? And not only that, he also went allegedly to forge the discharge certificate, NYS. So it shows you how brazen people can be in doing wrong things. Well, the jury is still yet out on what is the motivation or what motivated him to do such a thing. But I know that there must be people who knew that he was not being true in what he was doing, that at the right time, they put the rug under his feet, and that is what we are seeing. But would this teach Nigeria a lesson? Are we going to learn anything from there? I don't know, because these things have happened over and over again, and nothing is happening. And it is this thing is much more pronounced among politicians in the country, which tells you that the Nigerian political circle is anything goes. And that is why you are seeing people also who delight in cutting corners these days. You see in our educational system, people are being more fraudulent than ever, because when you challenge them, they'll say, all our leaders are there, do they have certificates? So people no longer respect our constitution. People no longer respect our laws, because the laws are there, just there. Nobody is enforcing the laws. Nobody is sending people who do the wrong things or bringing necessary punishment on those who have misbehaved. And that's why we are seeing all these things we are seeing now, which is very, very unfortunate in the country.
Thank you, Zeb. Odinaka, you know, before someone is appointed a minister, there's usually the process of, that's because, of course, the Senate will have to confirm that such, when there's a nomination for the president nominates someone for ministerial appointment, it goes to the Senate, who would have to do the confirmation before the person is eventually pronounced as a minister, right? But again, there's also the process of whereby the DSS and other security agencies are, made to check. You cannot do a background check on the person. And so during such during the process of the background check, the certification the school the person attended, and of the profile, the biodata of the person is usually they go through it. And so when it, like in the case of the minister who had just resigned, which Naji, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. So you are wondering, does it mean that the process of the background check that usually the DSS does and other security agencies also do, does it mean that it's a waste of time? What did they do? I mean, because they could have discovered that this man doesn't have what he claimed, to have.
My simple answer is that they didn't do their job, because if you will notice that when you have a case where the University of Nigeria Soccer is saying that he has the certificates, that's a different ballgame. But he didn't take persuasion. He didn't take any pressure for UNN to come out and say that he didn't graduate. So that shows you they could have told the DSS or anybody who cared to listen.
And they had no.
So it means that the DSS, anyway, the Constitution says they are SSS, not DSS. So it shows that they didn't do their job. I listened to a senator last week saying that they said it's not the job of the Senate to examine certificates. It's just like when you want to get into university. What the university does is that the university actually goes back to WAEC or NECO, depending on what you came in with. And they verify. They do it first year. They also do it before you graduate. That's the job we do. And you spoke about why these things happen. Because it's not just that the society condones it. It's just that the society rewards it. So in Lagos, there is Oluwele. I can tell you. In fact, there is a guy in Daily Trust now who went to Oluwele and forged 2 certificates. He used it to get 2 jobs. Because a certificate, he used it to get 2 jobs. So it's not just in the government. I'm talking about it's in public.
It's also in the private sector.
It's not just in public. It's actually the society that does not do thorough investigations. So when you are doing, that's why it's very funny. Everybody is just in a hurry. If you are in the media now and you want to do an investigative story, everybody will say you're wasting time. By the time it takes you 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. There was even the one we did that took us more than a year. And everybody will just think you're wasting your time. So because the society wants you to, that thing to come out today, tomorrow. And it has also permeated into the fabrics of the society. We're always in a hurry, don't want to do the basic things that should be done. And that's why everything keeps getting worse. So my simple answer to this is that the TSA didn't do their job. The Senate didn't do their job. All the people who were supposed to investigate in the moment they noticed that the Senate was, what they do in the Senate these days.
Take a bow
and go. And it's actually a shame to Nigeria.
Okay, Zeb, can you then help us understand the damage this has caused to our society? I mean, this forging of certificate, and people just wants to get this thing, even though they don't really qualify for it. They didn't go to the rigor of actually acquiring something. They just get somewhere, forge a thing, and move on. I mean, there should be something that the society is suffering as a result of this.
Yes. First, it has made us to be seen as a society that lacks integrity. Transparency is not there, you see. That's why if you travel abroad, they will allow every other person to pass. But our passports, once you have Nigerian passports, you're a suspect.
Fortunately.
Just by citing you with that passport, you are a suspect. So because what is happening here, we think that people outside are not aware of, but they are aware of all these things. And it may shock you. It's not just intentional forgery of certificates. We have institutional or departments in institutions that are supposed to be issuing certificates, authenticate. Okay, you have acquired a piece of land, for instance. You go to the office and say, I need a certificate to show that I have this piece of land. The same people will tell you, this is this, you pay here, you pay here. And you pay. You didn't know that the certificate they are issuing you is not the right thing, it's not gazetted, it's not captured. And you have gone home thinking that the certificate you are parading is authentic. Particularly, or unfortunately, maybe you send your driver, you send your someone to go. Then you got there, the person got there, they say, this is 5,000, this is 2,000, but the same stamp. Then they will stamp. Yeah, boy will say, okay, I have paid. Perhaps he'll be happy. And came back and he didn't tell you that this is how much they collect 2,000, where they should have collected 5,000. At the end of the day, when you go back and you are parading the certificate, and they say, sorry, it's not authenticated, it's not captured in our database. So, which means it's fake, but you are not aware of it. It's the same institution that gives the authentic certificate that also give the fake. So a lot of things is wrong. As an institution, as people, we need to look inward and see how these things can be, how the system can be sanitized. It's the system that allows this, and it has to be sanitized.
But Odinaka, what's the motivation? What motivates people into going into things like that?
You see, we live in a society that rewards bad behavior. Do you understand? Do you know that if I want to have PhD now, it doesn't take me anything. I'll just go to Oluwele in Lagos, and then I get my PhD, and I even get a job in university as a lecturer. You will be surprised that nobody will verify.
But why haven't the police invaded that Oluwele?
I'm coming to that. So, remember you're asking why, what is motivating it? When you have a society that believes so much in certification, so people, if you don't measure up, you try to do that. So imagine if you're working in BusinessDay, for example, or working in any other place of work, and then where you need a certificate or certificates for promotion. If you see your mates getting promotion, whereas you are still probably at the lowest rung of the ladder, you will find something to present. And you'll be surprised that even the private sector may not even be motivated to verify. So by the time you know, these things are they are ladder. They're like ladders. So by the time you begin to climb the ladder, you get to somewhere, even with a first certificate, you will no longer go back to the start. You begin to deceive yourself and presume that you even have a certificate. Do you understand? So if you see people who have 4 certificates, sometimes they started somewhere with those certificates. And by the time they grow, they use this same certificate to continue growing because you can't go back again. So, motivation is that you want to be like others. The motivation is that you want to measure up. It's shameful. It's actually a shame now for you to see a young man, a young woman who didn't go to school, among those who go to school, who went to school, sorry. So, we look like inferior to them. So, in order for you to actually obliterate that shame among your mates, among your people. So, and I want to tell you, I told someone that someone like Naji could have presented a primary school certificate, which is acceptable under the Constitution. So, however, he will not do that because the President of Nigeria will not hand over a minister like Science, Technology and Innovation to a primary school holder. Secondary school holder.
He wants to belong.
Do you understand? So, if you're a president and you give him, if you start trending, because Nigerians have a way of getting what people submitted to the president. So it's not trending that this man, a man who is going to head the Ministry of Innovation and Science and Technology, whereas we have professors everywhere, are using a secondary school graduates.
All right. We'll go on a short break. When we return, the conversation will continue. Welcome back. This is still BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues as they affect you and I in society. Now, okay, we've been discussing the certificate forgery in Nigeria and the implication of that in society. And of course, the next topic we want to discuss is the defection, as it were, if we call it so, of the governor of Enugu State, Mr. Peter Mba, to the APC, which is just the point is that what is the attraction in the APC actually? Because we've seen it in Delta states, we've seen it in the Akwa Ibom state, now we have seen it in the Enugu state, and from what we are hearing, more actually could actually still go to it.
Some of the governors of PDP,
So the APC.
I think from south,
Yeah,
And also
from the
south.
south. So let me start with you. What is the attraction?
Well, Oshomole answered that question long ago by saying that once you join APC, your sins are forgiven. So that's the first point. And you begin to wonder what people, so people are actually, some of them, based on what I heard, some of them are trying to protect their interests, businesses, and all that. But I don't think it makes any sense. So if you have a business in Lagos and you're a governor in Enugu State or governor elsewhere, the governor will take, the president will take over the business. Does it really make sense? In a nation in which you are a stakeholder, I don't think it makes any sense. So people think, I heard him back saying that now it is time for the Southeast to be heard, as if Hope Uzodinma at the national level, as if Hope Uzodinma, those who were there before him, were Dave Umahi, who were even through closer to Buhari. We are not actually talking to Tinubu, talking more before. So I think it's selfishness. It doesn't make sense. I remember in 2007, if I'm not wrong, when PDP had 32 governors, they were very boastful. They were saying that because they had around 2003 election, they had about 28. So by 2007 election, they had, after Yerudua's election, they had about 32. They were boastful, They were, but after that election, they began crumbling. You understand? In the next election, 2011, by the time Jonathan was, they were 23. You understand? So I do not think we've seen. So these are just repeating. History is just repeating itself. At the end of the day, we'll be fine. If you know. So I think it's a shame. People who are moving from one party to another should lose their seats. Is that not what the Constitution says? They should lose whoever
were elected on a platform.
But the Constitution does not.
We copied the US. I'm coming. We are copying the American system. In America, a Republican cannot win an election and become a Democrat. It doesn't happen elsewhere. So why is it that people win an election? A typical instance is this: in the South and Southeast, which are traditionally not APC states, because people have their sentiments, whether you like it or not. If you go to Florida is just a Republican state. You do understand? Even if they don't win an election at the central level, they continue to be Republican, except things happen, and it takes time. So why should a traditionally PDP state or traditionally APC state move to governor, or move from one party to another? Doesn't matter, because you are interested in being at the center.
Lost so much ground, and it's going to die from what we have seen so far.
Well, what we are doing is just at the rim of permutation. PDP, since after the 2023 election, you and I know that a lot has gone so bad with the PDP, and because of the disagreement arising from the choosing of their presidential candidate in 2023, the party started having serious problems. And the inability of the party to purge itself of some bad elements who are living within the party and is also inflicting more pain on the party has even deepened the misery of that party. Whether the party is going to live or not, but what I'm going to tell you now is that if the governors of the party are teaching the party, it's a sign that all is not well with that party. The party in a single swoop has lost 3 governors. Whether the people are following them or not, it does matter a lot what the governors say when the election comes or where the governor stands. The people may not wholly follow, but they have their own followership. But I must tell you that PDP is going to have it very difficult in winning election in 2027 because many Nigerians also, apart from the governors, have lost faith in that party because of the way the party has acquitted itself in time past.
Many fear that what is happening could actually lead to what we call one party system where only just the APC just publish that all that.
I don't know what to mean by that.
And you also share this sentiment, and where does this leave us? Leave Nigeria as a democracy?
We already have a one-party state. One-party state system, yeah. So you asked him, Beas, he was playing diplomacy. PDP is not. Nobody should be asking whether PDP is there. PDP is buried. PDP is buried, and when you bury somebody, you forget him. So if you want to win an election now, and I want to give you exactly justify my position. If you want to win, there has not been anybody who won't become president in Nigeria without having the majority of governors. So no matter how you try to just say that they are not important, whether it is PDP or APC, anytime they won an election, presidential election, they had majority of governors. But now the PDP had 10 at some point. No,
the coalition.
Excuse me, is that what you think? How many governors were actually with Jonathan? Some of them were just PDP. You remember the name of even the chairman of the party.
Even the chairman.
So don't use that 2015 is not a yes because they betrayed Jonathan.
Yes.
Because especially most of them they were from the north. Because Jonathan actually upset the arrangement, the north-south dichotomy, arrangement. So the point is that PDP have 10 governors, and many of them are now moving. And I'm sure that by the 2027, we will probably have those in the north, probably 5 or 4. How will we defeat someone who has 25, 30? So PDP is dead and buried. Then look at another party, Labour Party. Crisis everywhere. Crisis everywhere. How will they win an election? Look at ADC. ADC doesn't even have one governor. How will they win an election? And you're saying that we don't have a one-party state. So when one party commands over 30 states in this state, what do you think is happening? We already have one party because one party state is about majority. It's not that everybody will be one party. You already have Labour Party, who is actually the main opposition now. It's the social media. It's not PDP. It's not ADC. It's actually the social media guys, young people who are in the social media. That's why anytime they make a noise in social media, they react. It's not the party. We're already there. That's the point. And it's a very dangerous phenomenon. So because people are benefiting from it, people think it's fine. But institutions of democracy are gradually being destroyed. Think about judiciary. Where a minister is saying that no judicial member officers will live in a rented house. Is that done? Should that be said?
Providing accommodation for
that. So where the National Assembly is, go and check the data on Tinubu's debts this administration has. I checked it this morning. I've checked this for, I've been following. Hey, this morning I was amazed. Courtesy of the National Assembly that says, go ahead, anything to. Last week, they came and brought $2.3 billion and they signed. This now they are going what Magna, they're going on roadshow,
Yes,
nearly $2.5 billion, which is a debt. Now think about institutions of democracy like the media and civil society, and you find that all of them are either compromised or partly compromised, fully compromised or partly compromised. It's not healthy for a democracy, no matter where you stand. Even if you are supporting the government, if I were the president, I wouldn't be comfortable.
Yes.
Because this same president fought for democracy. He was the one going in the street fighting when PDP was dominant. In Lagos here, you remember the story of Obasanjo versus Tinubu. Because Obasanjo had the majority. He was oppressing the president, the governor of Lagos at that time. He fought. People fought for him too. So why would it be different now? Why should it be under Tinubu that all other governors will join his party? And people think they are doing him favor.
Okay, so thank you. So from what Odinaka explained, does it mean that it's not right for Tinubu to bring himself?
Well, from the look of things, I think the battle is already won. Because I think the governors are happy because of too much money that is rolling
not
into their
trickling down to the
coffers.
people. Too much money that's not trickling down.
Which unfortunately is not trickling down. People are suffering and they are earning billions from the FARC every month. So, and this is the reason, or one of the reasons they are moving in droves into APC, and they are singing the praise of the president, thinking that as if the money comes from the president's pocket. It's the money that belongs to everybody. And their thinking is that by the time they move to APC, I think they will get more money.
They will have time to steal.
So
they will have time
and
to,
nobody
because that
will
money is
touch
stolen.
them. Nobody
Part of
will
it.
touch them. But one thing I have always told people is that kingdoms rise and wane. PDP told us at a point that they will rule for 60 years. And Vincent Obulafor said the PDP will rule for 60 years. Where are we today? Where is PDP? So no matter what happens, something will happen. APC may continue to rule for 20 years, but at a point, they will disintegrate and something will happen. So nobody should be alarmed by what is going on. It's politics they are playing, and the personal interest is at the head of it all.
If let me also add that if people are these guys are moving to APC because APC is the lives of the people are better, what do we complain?
Yes.
But why will a governor be happy that he's earning more money? Yeah, the people are suffering. Go to the grassroots and see how people are struggling to have 3 square meals in 24 hours.
Beggars all over the place.
It's not translating to the lives of the people. So why are people poverty? Look at the poverty data that World Bank released the other day. We are poorer now than even last year.
All right, thank you very much. We got a big break, and when we return, the last topic. Welcome back to this TV round 3. Just before we wrap up, let's just look at what's happening. Interestingly, I think it's a peace deal for the people of the particularly Palestinians who the last 2 years have been under
bombardment.
Defense force following the attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas. So, but as it is today, I think what we've seen so far is that some mediators, from Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, the United States, which by President Donald Trump, he's been able to construct been able to abandon which attend material.
Peace deal.
Peace deal. So we are seeing Palestinians gradually returning to their, even though the city has been largely destroyed.
Devastated.
But of course, we also see the release of the Muslims that the
Israelis.
So this is returning to the Gaza.
The trouble, yeah.
But the question is, do you see this as a lasting peace? Because we've seen things like this before, since 1948, when the Israel declared independence, and of course, the nation by the Arab nation, of course, in
48, when they
So it's been back and forth. There's been no love wars between the Arab nation, particularly the Palestinians who feel that they should have their own state. I mean, sure, the two-state solution has been, it's not really quite been achieved.
Yeah.
That's not been achieved.
Yes.
This has been blocking that. I mean, are we seeing what we can call lasting peace?
Yeah.
Between Hamas and Israeli force.
Thank you very much. When we were growing up in the village in those days, we were seeing dog and cats always fighting. It will be naive on the part of anybody to believe that we are seeing the last, because there will always be that hostility arising from one part or the other. Because now, Hamas struck first. It was in retaliation that Israel began to bombard Gaza and all that. So, but I am happy with the peace deal that has been achieved, because people have died. I am happy yesterday when I saw the prisoners or what the hostages being released to their families, and the happiness, the reunion and everything. So I was very happy. And I felt also bad that many people have lost their life because of the senseless war. And I think I should, in summary, commend President Donald Trump. That was international diplomacy at the height of it, by mediating to ensure that that carnage will end for now. So let me give for just to chip in a word, because yes,
let me just
yes.
The Gaza has been really, and of course they do not have
they have to rebuild.
So what should the
international community
be doing right now for Gaza?
I'm going to be very controversial, but if you listen to me, you will notice that what I'm saying will not be far from the truth. Now, ask yourself a question. 1,000 something Israelis were killed on October 7, 2023. Now, at the end of the war, 67,000. Yes. Last record, 67,000 has mostly been killed by Israelis. Netanyahu. So the question is this: who will rebuild Gaza? Netanyahu destroyed Gaza. Netanyahu destroyed Gaza. How many journalists died? I hope you know the number of them. More than 1,000 journalists died. Nearly 2,000 journalists died from the war. That time was just, the Israeli forces were just bombing everybody, which is contrary to the United Nations, most of the United Nations deals you have. Even when Lord leaders like French President Donald Trump, even when they intervened, Israeli forces were going to the hospitals, bombing hospitals, bombing Red Cross, people who were coming from humanitarian agencies. There was a Nigerian who was held in...
But that's Hamas now. Some of these hospitals.
Yeah, they say as a hiding place, there are bunkers.
When you have a war, you have propaganda. Don't forget, when you have war, you have propaganda on both sides. So what we ought to believe is what you see. Because if you look at propaganda, they are on both. Propaganda is on both sides. But what I'm saying is that why should Israeli forces be killing journalists? You don't do that in a war. Why should they be killing children? You don't do that in a war. Netanyahu has violated several deals, United Nations. There's several things that should never happen has happened in this Israeli war, because it's not. Yes, Hamas started it, but don't forget that Hamas is a political party. People don't know this. It's a political party. So Hamas does not mean Palestinians. How many Palestinians are members of Hamas? Very few. But the war was waged as if Hamas is the same thing as Palestinians.
Hamas are the...
And also, there are Christians on both. People don't know. You have to go. No, I'm saying political party. I didn't say religious. I said Hamas is a political party. But this war has been waged as if Hamas is equivalent to Palestinian. They're not the same. As a matter of fact, the guys who did that were terrorists.
They're terrorists.
Do you understand?
Terrorist group.
So, but how did you... What I'm simply saying in essence is that Israel's response to that attack has been overly excessive.
It has been generally condemned.
Which is why I'm saying that the world
for rebuilding.
I'm saying that my position is very simple. Trump has drawn up 20-point deal. Within that deal, there should be it should create a space for Israelites rebuilding. They should contribute to rebuilding Gaza. That's what I'm saying. Because most of the bombings were done by them. I mean, these guys are, if you look at the war, it was never an equal war. It's like Russia, Ukraine. Because Ukraine, if not Ukraine was backed by these countries here and there, Russia would have destroyed them by now, long ago. They are not equal. But the way they were bombing, destroying, killing.
Why is it that Russia-Ukraine war has continued to linger? Now everybody is focusing on Israel and...
They have resolved this, and I think that they focus now.
The difference is that the personalities. Mm-hmm. So Israel, Netanyahu is an American 5 and 6, but the Russian president Putin, he's the same politics with Trump. Mm-hmm. They will have it. How many times have they met now? Once or twice. Right. But once they finish meeting, he will start bombing Ukraine, because he doesn't feel that he wants that deal to be. He wants to be the person giving that condition
to determine what.
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, I need to thank you so very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for conversation. We believe that all things can be well. We look forward to a day that we no longer be getting
about war and all.
We also look forward to a day in Nigeria that we no longer be hearing about sex, fortune, and all of that. Affecting from the party that
I also look forward to having independent candidates.
Yeah, I think the ongoing constitutional review should be
part of the discussion.
Consider an independent candidate so that can run on their own
platform.
This is where we're going to wrap up this conversation. Thank you so very much for watching. My name is Joshua Bassi. Come here. We're again next week. Please stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Yemi Obongiwo. Good to see you. Ahead of the 2027 general election, political alignment and realignment have continued in Nigeria. On Tuesday, the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, defected from the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, to the ruling All Progressive Congress. Governor Mba, who is in his first term, said the decision to join the APC was aimed at advancing the state interests through a stronger partnership with the ruling party at the center. It come about a week after President Tinubu nominated Josh Ojo Amuputon as the new chairman for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, subject to confirmation by the National Assembly. The National Assembly has also intensified move to amend the 2022 Electoral Act as preparation for the 2027 general election beginning in earnest. Joining me today on Inside Politics to discuss Mba's defection, Amuputon's nomination, among other issues, is citizen Matthew Kofi Okono, all the way from Akwa Ibom State. He is the founder and president, Open Forum. I'm also joined by Ambassador Kingsley Ewelim Nwaize. He's the DG, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Leadership and Creative Entrepreneurs in Africa. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Hello.
That's
Hello, Kingsley. Hello, Mr. Kingsley. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you very clearly, please.
All right.
I can hear you very clearly.
Difficult to hear you. I guess you network. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, please.
Okay, I'm ambassador. You're
I can
ambassador.
hear you.
Okay. How did you receive the news of Mba's defection? No, in the last few months there have been rumor if he was going to defect or not. But finally yesterday, he spoke to the media, moving from the PDP to the APC. How did you receive the news?
For me, I'm not surprised. It's a regular signature with the kind of democracy here, where people just see political party as just mere platform, but not ideologically driven. Is normal. Most often this is orchestrated by selfish interest. Most often they see political party platform as vehicle to just fake offices. And I believe what Peter Mba have done in the Enugu State is not different from what other people have done in the past, where they decamp with so much luxury, with so much convenience at will from the existing political party to other political party platform, especially when it comes to the election time. Are you with me? Especially when it comes to the election time, as every post, if you look at the numbers of persons, even like number of persons, just like Peter Mba, that are decamping, they are decamping because of their second term ambition. Maybe that the government at the center can help them to return for second term. Are you getting it now? So
continue. Hello, Ambassador.
Peter Mba, I'm not surprised that he defected.
All right, all right, all right. Let me speak with Okono. I believe he's on now. We can. Hello, hello. Can you hear me, Mr. Okono?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. But the fact yesterday to the APC, were you surprised by the decision to leave the PDP? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Kofi? All right, all right. Let me say, with the defection of Mba yesterday now, after the 5 states in the southeast, the APC control 3. Why we know Anambra is under ABGA, and also we have in Abia State we have Labour Party still there. The governor is from they were elected on the platform of the Labour Party. So the set is set now. The question now is with the 2026 preparation for 2026 election, 2027 election very close. Would this lead to the victory of does it give a plus? Is this a plus to the APC, making them win the Southeast in 2027?
Yeah,
with this ABC victory in 2027 in the Southeast?
There are a lot of dynamics. There are a lot of dynamics to winning election in this country. And one of such dynamics is this insinuation that if majority of the existing governors are with the ruling party, it gives them an edge to win election.
Yeah,
but I want to remind us that when Jonathan was voted out, we had good numbers of PDP governors. We had good number of PDP governors, and Jonathan was voted out. The fact that these governors are decamping to APC, it can't be a guarantee that APC is likely going to win 2027 election. But it's also a prelude to a likely victory. APC should not go home rejoicing, having more numbers of having governors from other political platforms like PDP joining them, using that as a basis to measure their possible victory in the next election. It's not true. There are quite a number of other factors that determines victory. That we have a very good numbers of governors with the APC can't be a final verdict for a possible victory. So they still have a whole lot of work to do. You understand me? Now, the people will still end up being the determinant factors of what the victory is going to look like. So what you
just like what we saw.
What would we expect the APC to do in consolidating for a possible victory is to ensure that the government itself is really working for the people. The people will determine who is going to be possible president in 2027 or most likely 2026 November as the National Assembly is
proposing. Yes.
What I say, the APC should not go to bed thinking that getting more of these governors who, one way or the other, have not been satisfying the yearnings of their people.
All right.
You understand me?
Yes, what you are saying. Yes, what you are saying is that if you don't perform well, why you are in office, if the federal government is not performing, I mean the Tinubu administration, if they are not implementing their policies and Nigerians are feeling their impact, or if the governor who are defecting now to the APC are not doing well, that does not mean that the APC is going to win the people is the one to decide.
The people will decide. The Nigerians are wiser now. So it's not enough to coerce governors on other political platforms to join your party. And you think that will give you victory, my dear brother? That'll be complete foolhardy.
All right,
I must tell you that.
Let me hear from Mr. Kofi. I believe network seem to have issues with connecting with him. Are you on now? Hello, Mr. Kofi. Can you hear us? Can you hear me, sir? All right, we seem having issues connecting with Kofi all the way from Akwa Ibom State. All right. Where does that leave the state of opposition now? Will you say the opposition is in disarray when all the governors are defecting from the PDP to the APC? Does this mean that there's a crisis within the opposition? We saw Atiku and Co came to form an alliance. They fused into the ADC, but a lot of people will still say that the opposition we are moving towards one party state. That there seem not to be synergy within the opposition. Do you agree? Hello, Ambassador Kingsley. Hello, are you there? Oh, all right. We take a short break. When we come back, we seem to be having issues connecting with Ambassador Kingsley. We take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue. All right. You're still watching Inside Politics on Business Day TV. I'm in your bunky work. When we're looking at this, we've been discussing governors and bad defection to the ruling party. You make that move yesterday. I've been speaking with political analysts on before we went on that break. Ambassador Kingsley Ewelum. Hello, Ambassador. Are you there?
I'm very much here.
All right. You are saying about that the ruling party is coercing some governors, lawmakers, and senators to defect. How true is that? Do you really believe that? Can anybody be forced to join a party or a ruling party when you don't want to join? Do you believe that what some politicians are saying? Do you believe anybody is being forced?
No. Listen, being coercive does not necessarily have to be forceful. It's this kind of political culture we've built over time. You understand me now? Where the government at the center will do all it can to surreptitiously lure people from other existing political party platforms. In this instance, PDP. We all know how strong PDP had been in the southern part of the country.
Yes.
And we all can see the effort of the ruling government to decimate the stronghold of the PDP in the south and the southeast, one after the other. You can see clearly that the agenda of the ruling government is to ensure that they have a very strong hold of the entire southern part of the country, and most likely also get a part of the north central. Then the rest of the other part of northeast and northwest get the statutory 25% legitimate vote to be declared as the president of the country. It's a strategy. And PDP also did it in their own time. If you can recall, during PDP's time, when they were at the center of the government, they also lured governors from AD, persons too from AD to PDP, to be able to consolidate their hold on power. And it's not something so new that the current APC federal government is doing. There's nothing new.
All right. All right. You can pause there. I'm told now we have Citizen Kofi all the way from Akwa Ibom State joining us on the program. Hello, Citizen Kofi. Can you hear me now? What is your take on the bad defection?
I can hear you. Well, my take is that Mba is not the first to join the bandwagon. A very unfortunate and undemocratic bandwagon of defection that is not led by performance, but majorly by fear. And let me just use them fear.
All right, I'm hearing you.
So Mba is not the first. And seeing a governor who even the Constitution, the drafters of the Constitution never thought that a sitting governor can defect with the people's mandate. And so there were no provisions how to checkmate governors, but legislators had a provision in the Constitution that if you defect, you lose your seat, except there is problem at the national level of the party, which in itself is not even sufficient to be a reason for defection. The governors exploited the lacuna in the Constitution to do what posterity will see us as having been not prepared for the practice of democracy. And like you already know, we are not doing democracy, we are doing civil rule. So Mba is not leading the way, he's just following the pack. And it is something that will count against us in future, that we were not prepared for the kind of leadership we found ourselves.
So you are proposing the amendment to the Electoral Act to check defection. Peter Obi also proposed that some I think last week when there was a webinar on the electoral reform that was organized by a group. He said the electoral has to be amended so that all this defection can be checked. If you can only defect during the electionary period, that is when you can defect. Towards the start of the end of the term, rather than anybody just move him anytime. So Mba said Nigeria have to find a way to check this, or our democracy will be in danger. So, the National Assembly is making move now to amend the Electoral Act. And part of this is also the fact that they want election to be conducted 6 months before swearing in, so that people can have the ample time to be able to resolve issues in court before they are sworn into office. And they are proposing that the election should be held in November next year. Do you support that move? Kofi?
One thing at a time. Yeah, one thing at a time. The timeline for election is a good idea, that it should be streamlined such that election petitions must be addressed before anybody is sworn into office. So I am for that, but that is not even the starting point. The starting point is in ensuring that the votes of citizens can truly count. What took place in 2023, where electoral law was amended, Mahmoud Yakub and his team made improvements on how to make elections more transparent and much more reliable. The same Mahmoud Yakubu and his team went against the guidelines that they told the whole world, even at Chatham House, that electronic transmission of results will be real time and all this and that. And when there were allegations that they were not going to honor those guidelines, they came out and swore by everything they believed in and did a press statement to the effect that nothing would change from there. It was a very courageous man, very bold, very transparent person who said that his party and himself are not comfortable with transmission of results real time. And that person happens to be our current president. They spoke against it. And guess what? INEC reneged on their promise to the world. An immortal indictment, I don't know how that is going to be cleared. So the amendment to the Electoral Act cannot contain the issue that we want to bring in electronic transmission of results, because it's already there. And it would be a shame that somebody will come and talk as if it never existed. So
it's already there. I think what people are saying now is that it should be compulsory, that the electoral results should be transmitted. It should be started in the Electoral Act, that it should be compulsory. It is not what is now is not compulsory.
Let it be documented. 2, the people that were responsible to tell the whole world that there was something called glitch, a technical glitch that frustrated the entire electoral process.
Yes.
But still allowed the election to be said to have been free and fair and credible enough. And somebody had the effrontery to tell aggrieved persons, parties, and citizens, go to court. We can't allow that slip. But meanwhile, we will not distract ourselves by such a level of failure. What should we do? It is to demand the National Assembly to look away from all this Natasha Akpabio feud
and face the reality.
So much precious time. Face the things that we need. Now is the National Assembly, who in themselves are the major beneficiaries of the camping from Party A to Party B without reason, and then celebrating it, and a sitting president
all right
told the world that we should keep them clean.
All right. I think there was a statement by if I want to go back to what we discussed the PDP governors had PDP state chairman had a meeting some days ago, and where they suspended the Imo and Abia state governor. They said suspended for anti-party activities, and also they condemn what they call the attempt to pressure PDP governors, lawmakers, and other stakeholders into defecting to the APC by the ruling party. According to the statement, they said the ruling party conduct amount to an assault on democracy and a desperate move towards creating a one-party state. That's a communique. I just had to make that clear. But hello, Ambassador Kingsley. Let me come to you. Are you still there? Hello, Ambassador Kingsley.
I'm still here.
All right.
I'm still very much here.
Stakeholders have expressed concern that if this electoral amendment is going to see the light of the day. There's the issue of we saw what happened before the 2023 election, where the National Assembly did a holistic amendment to the Electoral Act, and the former president refused to sign some of those, I think it was 2019, refused to sign some of those recommendations. Are you confident that the incumbent president, President Bola Tinubu, would sign into law any amendment carried out by the National Assembly to the Electoral Act? Like, part of the request is that clamor for electoral offender, a body to prosecute election offenders should be set up, and should be set up by the electoral should be amended to include a body to prosecute election offenders. Do you agree to this, and also agree that the national amendment will be signed by the president into law?
Well, the truth of the matter is that, like I said, whatever that is being done now is a further cosmetic dressing to already existing political culture, like I mentioned earlier. And I want to emphasize that the president will only sign a law or a bill into law if it aligns with his own intention for the election, whether it's good or bad. That's the unfortunate kind of political culture we've built over time. Are you getting it now? For me, and also for us to have an electoral offense commission is long overdue. There have not been adequate consequences for people's action, especially those who have made effort in truncating the basic ideal of democracy in this country. People do things at will, and there are no consequences for their action. So if the president will be so bold to sign that into law, that will be a very big plus to the president, and also an affirmation that our democracy have really grown, to an extent that election on its own will be done with the intention for it to be as free and as fair as one would envisage. I'm getting it now. So what the president, what we're seeing, it's very possible if he knows and is convinced that whatever that will be done, we make it, because we know that whatever actions they are trying to do now, even the president and members of the LPC, is to ensure the president's come back, and every other person, and possibly the governors that will also be contesting on the platform APC, wins their re-election. But they should also remember that our democracy is beyond any one of them. It's a system that we've decided will live and stay with us. So also consider the future of democracy in this country.
Ambassador Kofi, let me come to you. What is the state of the opposition now? Looking at the state of opposition, the ADC seems to be the main opposition. The PDP are also there. They're having a convention very soon, though they have been opposition within the party. How do you rate the state of the opposition? I attempted 7 mention comments. Do you think the ADC could challenge the PDP? Hello, Ambassador Kofi.
Yes. Okay.
Do we have
let me add my voice. Let me add my voice to what my colleague has just said. Whatever electoral reforms are carried out, if they are not in tandem with the desire of presidents, I say Bola Tinubu, he won't. And such may not even see the light of day. But recall that it was the electoral amendment where the accreditation was made electronic that gave out PDP, and APC were very happy at such reforms. But when further reforms were even done under President Buhari, the sitting president rejected such reforms, talking about, like I said earlier, electoral transmission. So anything that will bring credibility to the electoral process, it will take the citizens to demand and insist that such be done before we may have such see the light of day. Because the current administration and the National Assembly, most of them are the beneficiaries of the kind of thing that we are seeing now. Looking at the PDP opposition party and the APC, people who are saying that, the one-party state is likely because of the APC. I have said, and I still maintain, the greatest opposition party in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. I think we lost Ambassador Kofi the other way from Akwa Ibom State. Our time is up. Thanks for joining us on the program for today. My name is Junior Bongi. Stay tuned to BDTV. You can go to your YouTube channel and watch our previous edition. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Junior Bongi. Good to see you. Ahead of the 2027 general election, political alignment and realignment have continued in Nigeria. On Tuesday, the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, defected from the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, to the ruling All Progressive Congress. Governor Mba, who is in his first term, said the decision to join the APC was aimed at advancing the state interests through a stronger partnership with the ruling party at the center. It come about a week after President Tinubu nominated Josh Ojo Amuputon as the new chairman for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, subject to confirmation by the National Assembly. The National Assembly has also intensified move to amend the 2022 Electoral Act as preparation for the 2027 general election begin in earnest. Joining me today on Inside Politics to discuss Mba's defection, Amuputon's nomination, among other issues, is citizen Matthew Kofi Okono, all the way from Akwa Ibom State. He is the founder and president, Open Forum. I'm also joined by Ambassador Kingsley Ewelim Nwaize. He's the DG, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Leadership and Creative Entrepreneurs in Africa. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Hello. Hello, Kingsley. Hello, Mr. Kingsley. Can you hear me?